Stand and where should I be looking? Straight ahead?
Yeah, just to the audience. Don't, yeah,
Okay.
Just look around the audience.
That's okay. Go back to. I'll go that way, maybe. And I'm not being introduced, I just go on.
Just go on and shoot yourself. Should we check the microphone?
Yeah, where should I test it? Testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. My name is Cathy Holloway. I'm a professor here at UCL in Interaction Design and Innovation, and also the Academic Director of the Global Disability Innovation Hub. I want to take you back to 1826, when UCL became the first secular university in England. It was the first university to open its doors to people of any race, of any creed, of any religion. Fast forward a little bit to 1878, and it was enlightened enough to let women in. So men and women could come to UCL and we could create knowledge together. We learnt and we created knowledge. Now back then, we were created in the Bloomsbury campus. Bloomsbury, for those of you that are new to London, is in central London. It's a Zone 1 tube ticket. Back then, it was not in central London. It was on the outskirts of London. That area was yet to realise its full potential. And yet UCL, as the first university in London, I like to think helped to spark what became an intellectual powerhouse called the Bloomsbury set. Now those edges of cities, we've all been in edges of cities. It's where some people have just lived all of their lives, and other people are moving towards the city. They want to get into this city. Other people might be trying to get out and move somewhere else. But some people in a city are part of the power structures of that city. They're part of the fabric that keeps things running, and some people are not. Now, education, I believe, is something that helps to spark our ingenuity, but it also helps us to create societies which are able to work together towards great things. But it's those edges that are the most creative. And that's where UCL started its disruptive thinking. Now let's fast forward to 2012. London hosted the first Paralympic and Olympic Games that was fully accessible. It was the first time the Paralympics were sold out. It was the first time that regardless of who you were, you could come and watch the Olympics or the Paralympic Games. It was a wonderfully proud moment to be in London, and I personally was delighted to be in London. I also had absolutely nothing to do with putting on the Olympic or the Paralympic Games. I simply came and enjoyed them. I enjoyed running around this park from stadium to stadium. I enjoyed bumping into people of all types of nationalities, speaking random languages, learning to speak random words. I enjoyed taking the tube, because it was the only time in my history of living in London that people spoke to one another on the tube. You got on the tube and everybody wanted to know, had you been to the games? Where were you going? Who did you see? Which medals? Who won? Where were you from? It was wonderful. It was the edges all colliding. It was the creativity sparking left, right, and centre. And we, UCL, are lucky enough to have a campus on the very same place, on the very same park. And I'm going to take you back to 2014. In 2014, a wonderful woman called Paola Lettieri was appointed within engineering faculty. She was a professor of chemical engineering, and she was asked, it seems like UCL are going to build a campus on the East. And the dean, then Anthony Finkelstein, said to her, can you ask Pete, can you try and figure out what we should do? Like, what should be in this new campus? Other people have built campuses. They've built satellite campuses, other universities. And normally, in those satellite campuses, you take a bit of the university and you move it, or you expand it. Oh, mechanical engineering gets bigger labs. Or, oh, it might be more interesting to study this particular topic, so we'll grow it. But not us, not UCL. What we wanted to do was create multidisciplinarity that solved real-world problems. So anybody at UCL, it wasn't the top professors. I was a lecturer, a lowly lecturer. I had just become an academic. I had just been allowed into that power circle, if you like. I just got my ticket that I could stay at UCL for as long as I wanted. And I said, ooh, it would be nice if we had a space that we could co-create assistive technologies together with people. Now, I had worked at interfaces. I had worked in designing tube trains. I'd worked in hospitals. I'd worked as care assistant. Sometimes I was designing a technology. Other times I was testing a technology. Other times cities were asking me to help them make their spaces inclusive. And each time I had one of these conversations, it was in isolation of all the other parties that made up the complex problem that is disability inclusion. So yes, the tube might get more accessible, and yes, the city might become more accessible, or yes, we might create a better wheelchair, or we might create a better way of procuring a wheelchair. But all of those things have to happen, and we have to overcome stigma. So, stigma. In 2015, I was sitting in a lab in North London. I've had these ideas. I kept saying, let's build Assistive Technology Centre, let's try and do that. And UCL, Paola Lettieri and team had said, okay, Kath, build a business case, do that. But in true UCL fashion, they also said, you should talk to other people. And they introduced me to Vicky Austin and Ian McKinnon. And when I say they introduced me, they told me I should probably meet with them. And I asked Julia Barbareschi, my first ever PhD student, please email these people, I don't know who they are, but can you see if they want to attend our next Accessibility Research Group meeting? And so they did. They travelled from here, they took a train to King's Cross, to the Bloomsbury campus. They then went north on the northern line, and they arrived at Tufnell Park, and they had to travel about a 5-minute walk into an industrial estate, go through a massive iron barrier, get through that, and in front of them was a laboratory. And when you walked to that laboratory, what they weren't expecting was there was a tube train. We were at the time designing the next tube train for Transport for London to try and make it more accessible to people. My team was sitting on this train, and we had a small screen, just like this one, and we were talking about the research we were doing. And Ian and Vicky presented their vision of a Paralympic legacy, which Ian at the time had called Paralympicopolis. And he had this word, Paralympicopolis. You can meet Ian and you can ask him what that means. And he had all these branches of Paralympicopolis, all the different bits that he thought could map. And if we all came together, we could do something different around disability. Now, I have absolutely no idea what I was meant to do immediately after that meeting. I do know that my day would have been jammed, and I was meant to do something else. But what I did was I got back on a bus with Ian and Vicky, back down for 35 minutes to King's Cross, because I didn't want the conversation to stop. I was really excited. Now, I have absolutely no idea what it was like to set up UCL in 1826. I don't know how hard it was to get planning permission to build the portico. I don't know how difficult it was to change minds and say, no, anybody should be allowed to come. It doesn't matter where they come from. I don't know how difficult it was to then say, shall we accept women to be allowed at this wonderful table? But I do think it was exciting. I reckon they had a lot of fun. And I felt a little bit of that excitement when I was at those meetings for UCL East and when I kept meeting Vicky and Ian. Now, the three of us had full-time jobs, no time, no actual budget to do anything, but we thought we could maybe spark some sort of change. And we did. We went on, I think, to grow a small but important part of the disability movement. Now, the disability movement is complex. It's rich in history. And I hope that over the next 2 days, you will hear things that get you as excited as I was that day in 2015, that you start to have conversations with people that you would never have had, that continue for decades, that you don't know where they're leading, but somehow you just trust that if you keep this conversation going, it's going to go somewhere brilliant. I also hope you hear things you completely disagree with, because that is the complex nature of disability. That is the complex nature of everybody coming together. And we have to hear each other, we have to understand each other, and then we have to work together. Now, when we set up GDI Hub in 2017, 18, we set it up as a brand, about 2016, 2017, but we actually didn't incorporate any sort of official company for about a year later. And during that time, the Global Disability Summit was about to happen in London, just north of in the park here. And it was a collaboration between the government of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland and the government of Kenya. And it would convene a massive number of people onto this park so that we could begin as human beings to commit to what we were going to do to make the world more inclusive for disabled people. Now, as part of that research, we did a small study. We did did a small study. We went to Kenya, we went to Uganda. We began to understand what could work for assistive technology. And we proposed that to the UK government, that maybe this could happen. And it came from those ideas where we go around the edges. We don't only work with the people who are already doing stuff. We have to bring more people in, and then we have to try and design something different. That initial piece of research got transformed into AT 2030, which now is a massive programme. It's up to £100 million if you add all of the resources that have gone into it. And many of you in the room have co-created that with us. Many of you online. I believe there's many more of you online than there are in this room. Each of us is incredibly privileged to be a small part of that journey. I feel incredibly privileged. And when I think about privilege, I immediately think about power. And when we started AT 2030, I went to an informal settlement in Kenya. Now, there were colleagues from the UK government who funded this study, and I officially was there to set up an accelerator, a tech accelerator for assistive technology. That's what I was doing. I was finding the right partners. I was finding the right people to bring together, get the right leader, which we found in Bernard Shearer, bring these people together to transform into something that would then create assistive technologies for Kenya and for the region. Now, when we were doing that, I thought to myself, Julia was with me, we really do need to know how people are currently using technologies. And people right at the edges, like how are they getting hold of technologies? And we thought, well, what technology is available to everybody, generally? A mobile phone. So we began to research mobile phone use in Kibera, which is an informal settlement on the outskirts of Kenya. Now, this was 2018. And there was a young man called Mohammed. Mohammed was blind. He lived in this informal settlement. And he said to me, before we started the research, he said, can I ask you a question, please? I said, sure. He said, what makes you different from everybody else? I said, what do you mean? He said, you people, you come and you ask us questions and you write reports and you leave and nothing changes. And I didn't have an immediate answer for him. I made something up on the hoof, which I won't go into now. But what he meant by what makes you, what did he really mean by you? He meant probably the average white person that's flying in from the global north, asking the average young, poor black person, what can we do together? And it made me think that evening of my grandmother. Now you might think, what does a young Muslim man in Kibera have in common with my grandmother, who's an old, at the time, she's dead now, unfortunately, an old Irish Catholic woman living in the middle of Ireland? What do they possibly have in common? Well, before I came to UCL to study my PhD, I went to tell my grandmother I was leaving Galway, Ireland, and I was moving to London. And she looked me straight in the eye, and I told her I'm going to do a PhD. And she said, Jesus, Catherine, you can't go there. And I said, well, what do you mean, Nan? She said, they all think we're stupid over there. Now, by they, she meant English people. By we, she meant Irish people. She genuinely believed that each and every person in England thought that each and every person in Ireland was stupid. Now, what Mohammed and my grandmother have in common is that they know how to ask the right questions. They were both very inquisitive people. They were both people that were far outside any circles of power, but they also knew about stigma and discrimination. And when my grandmother lived in London, she worked at the Mars factory packing chocolate. UCL was up the road, but it wasn't available to her. It was. She was a woman who was educated, but she never thought in a million years that she could walk through that door. And Mohammed doesn't think he can walk through the doors of the University of Nairobi, but it's open to him. And so as we go around this journey of disability inclusion and disability innovation, I'm always struck by Mohammed's words. Nearly every time I get on a plane, I think of him. And I think, what will make us different? How will I be able to end my career and look back and think, we did something that wasn't that? And there have been things along the journey that have gone very well. And there have been things along the journey that have been really hard and didn't go so well. But I think what has kept us going and what continues to keep us going is that whilst we strive at UCL East to be inclusive, to make sure that people do feel that they can come in, that not only do we put the structures in place for that power, not only do we have laws, and not only do we have rules, and not only do we have regulations, and not only do we have processes for people to be able to access things, but we make people feel welcome. Now, it is my great honour and pleasure to welcome each and every one of you that's physically here to UCL East, to the home of the latest edge of creativity, the latest edge of disruptive thinking. It is also my great pleasure to open the Disability Innovation Summit, and to all of you that have joined online, which I'm told is hundreds in this hybrid event. I really do thank you, and I hope that you online and here connect, have creative conversations, and as you move forward today, tomorrow, and into the next weeks, years of your life, you think about how you mainstream the disability inclusion movement. But as you do it, as you innovate in that space, as we go forward into the middle ground, we never lose sight of those edges, because those edges are going to keep us honest, they're going to keep us creative, and they're going to keep us disruptive. Thank you and welcome to UCL. Oh, sorry. I'm told I'm also introducing Kylie as the next speaker. My apologies. Kylie, come on in. So Kylie is a good friend of GDI Hub at the World Health Organization. And I've been delighted to know her for a long time now.
Sitting relaxing, thinking that there was someone. Oh. Shall I hold it? Yeah, let's hold it. How about that? Is that working?
Wonderful. Welcome, Kylie.
Okay, great. Did you actually say who I am? I didn't hear that. Oh, right. Okay, mine. So I shall introduce myself. And I also want to congratulate Kathy on providing her absolutely excellent speech without any notes. And so here, I'm going to have to stand here because I do have my speech written up for me because I have not memorized what I would like to say. I'm Kylie Shea. I'm the team lead for Access to Assistive Technology at WHO. I have the great honour to lead an excellent team who are really focused on making assistive technology something that is integral to assistive technology for everyone, everywhere. And it's a real honour to be here and to speak to you, those of you in the room and to those of you who are online. So I began my career 30 plus years ago, an occupational therapist working in a school setting with children who had significant multiple disabilities. Most used wheelchairs, some struggled to sit up without support, and many were unable to speak. I always knew during my training that I wanted to be a paediatric therapist, and I took every possible elective that would help me to prepare for that role. However, the reality is when faced with the number of children I needed to serve, the complexity of their needs, and in a context with very little supervision, I recall feeling very much at a loss. These children needed so much support, and I was one occupational therapist, a raw beginner, and so where to start? And so I took a breath and I decided to take my time to observe and to listen, to try to understand what was going on for these children and those around them to help me to prioritize. So I watched what was going on in the classrooms, in the lunchroom, the bathrooms, and on the buses each day. I sat with the children and I joined in with their activities. I visited them at home to get to know their families and how things were for them there. I listened to the parents, to the teachers, and I spoke with the therapists of the other disciplines. And I soon saw something that, to be honest, my training had not prepared me for at all. And that was the importance of assistive technology in every aspect of these children's lives, enabling their mobility, their social interactions, ability to get into the playground, to eat safely without aspirating, to sit independently on a toilet instead of having to wear a diaper, to make themselves heard. And yet, despite the fact that assistive products were ever present in the children's lives, and impacted so much of what they could and what they could not do, there were challenges. The equipment was often in need of repair, or it was overdue for adjustment. Parents spoke of long waits between assessment and provision, or having to drive hours to our headquarters for specialist appointments for their children's equipment. And devices were often provided in isolation of each other. For example, support provided for a child in their wheelchair resulted in making it more difficult for them to access their communication device. And so there it was. I found my focus, and I embarked then on a journey of learning. And oh my goodness, fast forward 30 odd years, and I'm still on that journey. And so here I am today, having been invited to speak about assistive technology as an emerging health priority. And just that alone, having assistive technology and health priority in the same sentence, is an indication of just how much has changed since I joined this sector, back in a time where I'm not even sure it was called a sector. And this GDI Disability Summit, it's a great moment for us to reflect on some of those changes. So firstly, the range of assistive products available on the open market has increased dramatically. In contrast to when I began, when much of the equipment the children used was fabricated individually in a workshop by local technicians, there are now thousands of quality, ready-made assistive products available. But of course, these are only available to those with access to these markets and the resources or the support to acquire them. In terms of the workforce, we know we have a long, long way to go, but in comparison to when I began, the workforce engaged in assistive technology has expanded. There are professional associations for assistive technology providers. There are networks such as the WHO GATE initiative and others. There's more training available and more people specialising in the field, not only as clinicians, but also as advocates, product designers, researchers, system thinkers. The fresh graduate that I was in the late 80s would today have many, many more mentors, far more literature, and most importantly, far more experienced clients and families to teach her. And this is slowly becoming true, not just in high-income countries. And bringing us right to the here and the now, and considering that when I started there was no internet, digital technology is rapidly changing this sector. Not only are we seeing digital technology being used to bring smart, assistive products to the market, but it's also being used to improve the efficiency of provision, to reduce the barriers of distance between clients and the support they need, and to support and train personnel. And then one of the biggest, and I'd say seismic shifts, is that we've reached at last a tipping point where there are enough of us globally that fully understand that applying a charity model to assistive technology is simply not right. That is not to say that provision using a charity model, including mass donations of assistive technology, no longer exists. But the tide has definitely turned against this approach. And together, we have the voice, the tools, and the resources to call this out and support a system-strengthening, rights-based approach. And to put this in perspective, I spent most of the 90s living and working on this issue in low-income countries. I recall meetings with many of the big agencies, and I am not going to share names here, but trying to attract some attention, some resources to support systematic strengthening of assistive technology services. And I was told that this work was for charities. It was welfare, it wasn't development, or it was too hard, or it was too niche, or it was a distraction from the real development priorities. Looked at today, these same activities are now being embraced by the big agencies and by national governments, and quite rightly are attracting growing amounts of development assistance. The relatively recently forming of 80 Scale, established to create a pool of have battled. But today we can confidently talk about assistive technology as a right and not meet resistance. We highlight the relevance of assistive technology within the context of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and truly ensuring that no one is left behind. And in 2018, countries from across the globe, high, middle and low income countries, endorsed the first World Health Assembly resolution on assistive technology and recognised its role in ensuring inclusion and participation for all in all aspects of civil life and committing to actions to ensure access. And finally, in terms of what has changed, one of the greatest changes of all is our increasing understanding of assistive technology as a whole of population issue. Many of you will be very familiar with the 2022 WHO and UNICEF Global Report on Assistive Technology, which tells us that 2.5 billion people need assistive technology today. That is 1 in 3 of us. And this includes people with disabilities, like the children I worked with many years ago. But it also includes people like myself who use glasses or contact lenses to correct refractive error. It includes people with short or long-term health conditions impacting their function. And overwhelmingly, it includes older people who are in fact statistically the largest group of assistive technology users, with 2 out of 3 people 60 plus years old using assistive technology. And this shift is key because it can no longer be argued that the provision of assistive technology is niche service, and it creates the opportunity to use a whole of system approach to address the need that benefits all. So, is assistive technology within health systems an emerging priority? Absolutely. And the World Health Assembly resolution, the Global Report on Assistive Technology already mentioned, as well as the other tools and the resources developed by WHO to support member states in integrating assistive technology services into their healthcare systems, including the first priority assistive product lists and data collection tools. They are testimony to this. And even better, the resolution, the recommendations and the tools are transforming into action. And as an example, I'm very proud and happy to say that on my way here this morning, I took a call giving the green light to initiate procurement for assistive technology in response to the emergency in Morocco. So within 5 days of the earthquake that has had such a devastating impact in that country, decisions have already been made by the Ministry of Health in Morocco that are inclusive of the rehabilitation needs of those injured, including early provision of assistive technology. And this is not isolated. We're also responding to another current emergency in Sudan, where the green light also received just this morning to go ahead with procurement. So this in itself demonstrates how far we have come. Assistive technology is well recognised today as an integral component of universal health coverage, and it's relevant across the continuum of healthcare, including prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, palliative and long-term care. Recognising this as a priority is a big step towards achieving universal access, but there is a long road ahead. We know that those who use assistive technology are a hugely diverse group of people in need of an immense range of different products and associated supports. Our needs are not homogeneous, and this presents challenges for a systematic provision. Some of us can have our assistive technology needs met relatively simply, whereas others need more complex interventions requiring specialist equipment and the support of personnel with particular expertise more often. And so in responding to this emerging priority, at a point in time where resources, including human resources for health service delivery, remain insufficient, where the global community is facing the biggest challenge we've ever faced in the context of climate change, where we know we are collectively lagging in meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, we need to think differently. And in the minute or so, I hope, remaining to me, I suggest we need to break down the silos of service delivery that have developed over time to meet the different assistive technology needs, because without a broad, whole of healthcare approach, where the different roles in identifying, referring and meeting assistive technology needs are shared amongst health personnel and across the health system, from the community, primary level through to tertiary services, we are going to continue to fail to meet the need, and people will fall through the gaps. We need to step up technical and financial assistance to low and middle income countries to help them to strengthen their health systems. Health leaders in these countries endorsed the World Health Assembly resolution on assistive technology. They recognise this as a priority, but they can't do it alone. We need to further embrace and develop the potential of digital assistive technology because this has the capacity to reduce the cost of provision and, most importantly, to reduce the significant barrier of distance to services. And finally, as this sector picks up pace and the work intensifies, as a community of individuals and organisations, we need to do what I did over 30 years ago. We need to take a deep breath. We need to survey the landscape. And in doing so, we need to recognise and we need to capitalise on our different strengths, expertise and perspective to create an efficient, streamlined and collective effort that is characterised by collaboration, not competition, to support and respond to this emerging priority. In this increasingly, fortunately, increasingly busy space, let's avoid overlap and duplication. Let's be efficient. Do what you do well. Join forces with others to make sure all the bases are covered. And most importantly, follow and support the national leads and the duty bearers in each country because this is what will achieve sustainable change. And so in closing, I would just like to say that I hope it will not take another 30 years before we can drop the word emerging and simply say that assistive technology is a health system priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kylie, for that fantastic contribution. I'll just take this interlude to welcome Yogi Bear. Yogi Bear, for those of you that are on screen, is a small poodle on my left side who is the Chief Mental Health Officer of GDI Hub. Before I introduce Ian McKinnon, I co-founder and co-director to bring us through many cities of work on inclusive design of the built environment. Over to you, Ian.
Thank you. Is this working? Yes, it is working. I am going to start this session by rearranging some furniture. So bear with me a moment, because we are going to. Can I get us a little bit of help? Can we move that? Can we move that in a little bit? And then I'm going to bring this chair out. And then if you could bring one of those chairs over. Yeah, how's that? Does that work? One for the moment. Give you a hand for a second. Perfect. Excellent. Okay, let me get. I too have notes. Good morning to everyone in the room. Good morning to those of you online, the hundreds online. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. My name is Ian McKinnon. I am the Director of Inclusive Design for the Global Disability Innovation Hub, GDI Hub. And this is a panel session. We have an hour. Let's do a timestamp. Okay, so it's 10:15. So I'm going to eat into the break just a little touch. So there is a break coming after this session, which will be about 11:15. And this session is called Inclusive Infrastructure. Can cities be inclusive? The short answer is we think they can, yes. But we have a very special session lined up for you here today. I'll be your host, so I will chair the session for this next hour. But we do have a very special lineup for you in the room, for those of you online. In this session, what we're going to do is have insights from 6 cities around the world looking at inclusive design of the built environment. So the research that we are sharing with you today comes from the UK aid-funded 80-20-30 programme led by GDI Hub. You'll hear more about this programme throughout the next 2 days, but 80-20-30, for those of you who don't know, tests what works to improve access to life-changing AT for all. This strand of work that we're going to present to you and discuss today is called Inclusive Infrastructure, a sub-programme of 80-20-30. And it recognises that the difference between having the AT you need and being able to use it is the built environment, the world around you. It must support the AT that you need, hence the research forming part of the programme. Now, Michaela Patrick, our Head of Inclusive Infrastructure and Climate, is going to give an overview of the research that we've done over the past kind of 3.5 years. But we have representatives today from all 6 cities here with us in the room, hence why this is such a special session. Just to recap, the cities are Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia, Varanasi in India, Surakarta in Indonesia, Nairobi in Kenya, Freetown in Sierra Leone, and Medellin in Colombia. So the aim of this research that we're working on is to drive global action towards more inclusive cities for everyone. And the purpose of this session today is to share with you some of our findings and some of our emerging recommendations through a panel discussion. We hope to have time at the end for questions from you, from the audience. So for those in the room, please do jot down any questions you would like to ask. And for those online, you can put questions in the Q&A box and we'll try and cover some of them at the end. That would be great. Now, we have so many of our city representatives here with us today, we can't all fit on the stage. So we are going to do a little bit of musical chairs as we go through each speaker, but that's fine. So we'll start with Michaela to give us a little overview of the programme, please, Michaela.
Hello, everyone. So as Ian mentioned, my name is Michaela Patrick, and I'm the research lead on this sub-programme that we're here to talk about today. So as Ian shared, since March 2020, we've been conducting research in 6 cities around the world on the current state of accessibility and inclusion in those cities. This research is unique because it has gathered evidence on both the experiences of disabled people living in these 6 cities, their aspirations and their challenges, and the possibilities for inclusive design in the city through understanding the knowledge and capacity of local government and built environment industry stakeholders in those cities. We recognise that to create inclusive cities is a collaborative effort, and there's a global need for more collaborative ways of working. To help this, we've developed a framework through the research, which we call People, Policy and Practice. So to make inclusive cities, we think we need people, the people who live in those cities every day. We need to know what they want and how they want to live their lives. We need policy. So that's the policies and frameworks that guide urban development, but also the key decision makers and those who can influence how we shape our cities. And lastly, we have practice, which is the built environment professionals who are designing our infrastructure and our cities. Our aim was to embed inclusive design processes in the research itself, so using participatory and inclusive methods throughout the project, and also recognising and working with local context. So our methods included things like interviews, photo diaries, and co-design workshops, and all of these are brought together to develop key insights on inclusive cities. As I mentioned, the local context is really key, and we couldn't do this without our local partners, who I'm going to give a brief overview of now, and then you'll get to hear from some of our speakers throughout the session. So starting in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, we have Universal Progress ILC, represented here by Tamirhu Narangarel. Tamir is also joined by Amartya Mungpad from the Government of Mongolia. We then have the National Institute of Urban Affairs, who are representing Varanasi, India, who are also joined by Dr. Vasudevan from the Varanasi Smart City Limited organisation. Next, we have Kota Kita from Solo, Indonesia, represented by Fuad Jamil, who's also known as AA. Then moving to Nairobi, we have Kilimanjaro Blind Trust Africa, represented by Maxwell Ojoga. Maxwell is also joined by Mr. Michael Owino from the Government of Kenya. In Nairobi, I just want to share that we also worked with Kunkui Design Initiative, but our colleagues from KDI were not able to join us, so Gloria Tanui should have been speaking today and hasn't been able to make it. Then moving to Freetown, we have SLURC, the Sierra Leone Urban Research Centre, represented by Brian Makoroma, and he's joined by Director Francis Cabia from the Ministry of Welfare of Sierra Leone. Then lastly, we have Medellin, Colombia, where we're going to hear from El Comité, represented by Maria Isabel Aguirre Alvarez and Maria Clara Arubla Palacio, our local consultant. So these partners that I've just rattled through represent NGOs, OPDs, research institutions and local governments who are all really crucial partners in the collaboration towards inclusive cities. Today, they'll give you some insights into key issues and ideas that intersect across these 6 cities, and you'll have to stay tuned till early next year for the project's final outputs, where we'll be sharing global actions for inclusive cities. Just a quick note before I hand over back to Ian, some of our speakers will be using interpreters today, so just bear with us for the translations in those sessions. Back to Ian.
Thank you very much. Samir, do you want to come up? Okay. Okay, so first up we have Tamir from Universal Progress from Ulaanbaatar and Mongolia. And we're going to pose questions to each of the 6 cities and then get a little bit of discussion going. And as I said earlier, any questions that you have as we go through the session, please jot them down and we'll try and take as many as we can at the end. That would be great. So, Tamir, the question for you. Ulaanbaatar is a city that experiences extreme and varied climate conditions from season to season. What impact does extreme climate have on disabled people in your city?
Баярлалаа. Улаанбаатар бол яхааргүй дэлхийн хамгийн хөдөн хотуудын нэг.
Ulaanbaatar is undoubtedly one of the coldest cities in the world.
Энэ ч утгаараа одоо Монголд амьдарч байгаа хүмүүсийн бас онцлог нь гэр хороол болон орос улс хоёр одоо нөхцөлд амьдардаг.
In Mongolia, people reside in 2 different residential areas, formal built areas and informal settlement area.
Тэгээд хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй хүмүүсийн юу талаас их хувь нь бол гэр оролд амьдарч байдаг одоогор.
Over half of the disabled people live in the informal settled areas.
Тэгээд энэ гэр оролны орчин нөхцөл нь болохоор хүртээмжийн хувьд бол ерөнхийдөө огт хүртээмжгүй гэж хэлж болно. Дээрээс нь дулаан болон цэвэр усны хангамж одоо яг нэг төвлөрсөн хангамж байхгүй буюу дандаа тийм зөөврийн байдлаар хэрэглэдэг. Дулааныг бол өөртөө гэртээ гал түлх байдлаар ашигладаг.
And in informally settled areas, we can actually say that there is no accessibility whatsoever. They're not only connected to the centralized heating and water supply systems, they have to fetch their own water from potable water stations.
Тэгээд өвлийн цагт хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй хүмүүс гараад нийгэмд оролцъё гэхээр мэдээж зам талбай харгуй нуруу халтаргаа гулгаа ихтэй. Энээсээ болоод бэртэж гэмтэх халтарж унах эрсдлүүд нэгдүгээрт их хоёрдугаарт тэр public transportation нийтийн тээврийн хүртээмжгүй байдлаас үүдээд гадуур явлаа гэхэд одоо жишээ нь нухцны гэмтэлтэй хүмүүс хөлөө даарцахыг мэдэхгүй хөлөөрөө даарцахыг мэдэхгүйгээс одоо хайрах баг зэргийн хөлдөөх гэх мэтийн эрсдлүүд маш их байдаг учраас энэ нь одоо тэдгэр хүмүүсийг нийгэмд оролцоход бас айгүй тийм сөргөөр нөлөөж байдаг.
And in winter, because of extreme below freezing temperatures, there's lots of frost in the street, and disabled people are at great risk of falling, injuring themselves, and also because of inaccessible public transport, people with, say, spinal cord injuries are at great risk of not realizing that they're at risk of being frostbitten or in risk of being freezing. So these pose a real risk to life of these people.
Тэгээд цаашаа өшөө ингээд зөвхөн нийгэмд оролцох хүртээмжээс гадна ингээд ярих юм бол тэр их хүйтнээс болоод гэрт амьдарч байгаа хүмүүс маань гал их төлөх хэрэгтэй болдог. Одоо гэрээ дулаацуулахын тулд энэ нь өөрөө буцаагаад нөгөө хүмүүст нь нэг угаартах ч юм уу эсвэл нэг гэрийн орны нэг төмөрт автаад хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй хүмүүсийн өөрөө хөдөлгөөн хязгаарлагдмал байдаг учраас одоо бүр амьдралд нь одоо амнасанд нь хүртэл эрсдэл учрах тийм айгүй тийм хүнд нөхцөл одоо Монголд одоо байсаар байна.
And it not only limits the participation of disabled people in public life, but it actually creates real risk to life. For example, because of below freezing temperatures, people have to heat their informal tents to keep warm, but then people with limited mobility, like disabled people, they can't escape if there is risk of being poisoned by carbon monoxide or if there is a fire. So these are the risks, everyday risks people are faced with.
Тэгээд өвлийн үед ийм мөн ялгаагүй зуны үед ирэхээр үер усны асуудлууд бас их байдаг. Тэгээд үер усны асуудал одоо чинь өнгөрсөн 100 гэхэд бол нэлээд хүчтэй үерүүд бол болсон 2 удаа болсон. Энэ үед бол бас ялгаагүй хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй хүмүүсийн тэр нийгмийн оролцоо бас тэнд зам талбай харгуун хүртээмжгүй байлаас болоод хязгаарлагдаж байсан.
And this is in winter, but in summer we also have problems with flooding now. Last summer we had 2 massive floods, and because of that, already inaccessible public spaces became even more difficult for people to access, especially for disabled people. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamir. Fantastic. Thanks very much. Great. If anyone has questions for Tamir, jot them down. We'll try and take them at the end. But for now, Tamir, thank you for that. That's fantastic. And also, just to add, one of the things that came through our research in Mongolia that we hadn't anticipated was the popularity of the karaoke bar in Ulaanbaatar. Are very, very popular and ensuring access to karaoke. Okay, I'd now like to ask Dr. Vasudevan from Varanasi Smart City Limited from Varanasi in India to join me. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
So, Dr. Vasudevan, it's a pleasure to have you. Varanasi is a city of great heritage and religious significance. So what challenges to inclusivity and accessibility does its historic nature create, and how is the city addressing these?
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I don't know how many of you heard the name of Varanasi. It's also known as Banaras and Kasi. It's supposed to be one of the oldest living cities in the world. People say it's 5,000 years old. Some people say even older than that. And people generally come to see what is called the river guards. Basically, the riverfront, there is a very famous river called Ganga or Ganges, which flows, and the entire civilization of the city has developed on the river banks. And people in millions come to visit those. And that is where the problem is, because these ghats or riverfronts have been built something like 2,500 years back by the kings and emperors. We don't know the history also who built. And they do exist today with a huge, heavy stone embankments. And another interesting part of that is it gets submerged for 3 months in each year and again re-emerges. And people do come to visit. And another important place is what's called a very famous temple again, which has an history of more than 2,500 years back. It's called Sri Kasi Vishwanath Temple. It's supposed to be the place where Lord Shiva is supposed to be living as believed by the Hindus. So both the places were cramped spaces, and luckily the Kasi Vishwanath Temple was rebuilt by the government. Now it is fully accessible. We are very glad to see that. And every day used to be something like 100,000 people used to come. Now it has increased to 200,000 people each day, people visiting that temple. And come to this riverfront, what the Gangats, 84 of them, it has been a real challenge. The challenge is because, one, they're age old. The people, the local people were very sentimental about it, won't let it be modified or altered or broken, or if you want to create a ramp or anything, they simply don't allow. They are so very particular because Varanasi is known to be the spiritual, religious, cultural capital of the country. So it has been quite a bit challenge. So what we did and whatever we could do, all the new infrastructures, what we are building today, for us by other civic agencies, and I am representing Varanasi Smart City. We are all making it all inclusive. So we built all together a new riverfront called Namogat, and it is completely accessible. I was particularly glad when we finished and inaugurated. The first guest to arrive was a 95-year-old mother of the Chief Justice of a state, and she came on a wheelchair, and we could take her from the car park right up to the riverfront. She could board a ship or a small cruise for going to the temple. We were very glad and clapped because we made a first inclusive effort in that God. So similarly, the new buildings, whatever, like we are also building a stadium. Yesterday, I was very kind enough to towards the London Stadium. I was all along observing all the points and picking up clues. And of course, we are making it entirely an inclusive stadium. So what we are trying to do, a lot of insights this program has brought, a lot of learnings. We conducted inclusive audits, and the audit reports has given a lot of insights on the shortcomings. We are trying to build on that. We are trying to build awareness with all the civic agencies. There are multiple agencies involved in the city, development authorities, municipal corporations, public works department, and so many of them. We try to educate and tell them it's not just an option to make the buildings inclusive. It is a kind of a mandatory. We are also trying to tell the governments to rewrite the building bylaws. Don't give approvals for any construction unless it is made inclusive. So it has been quite a challenge being an ancient city, but we are fighting over it. Hopefully in the coming years, we'll see more and more inclusiveness. And thank you very much for the opportunity, Anne.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great. If could make his way to the stage, thank you. Perfect, thank you. I must say, working in Varanasi and the history did make me think a little bit back to the early days of my career. I used to access audit properties for historic Scotland, including castles, and how the interesting thing was that these castles were deliberately built to keep people out, and now they're massive tourist attractions trying desperately to get people in, and the challenges that can bring. So yeah, hello.
Hello.
Thank you again. So the question for you with regards to the city of Solo or Surakarta in Indonesia. Solo has a rich history of rehabilitation services, and as a result, the city's residents have an inclusive mindset. So from your experience of advocacy and awareness in Solo, how can cities help create a culture of inclusion?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. City of Surakarta or Solo for short is like a pioneer in rehabilitation center in Indonesia, particularly for person with mobility impairment, because in Portis they are like many casualties from Revolution for Independence. So one of the guy from Surakarta called Professor Suharto or Dr. Suharto established a rehabilitation center in Solo, and it's followed by other kind of rehabilitation center, and Solo become a center of rehabilitation in Indonesia. So many person with disability flock to Solo from throughout Indonesia to get rehabilitation, and their presence become visible in public life, and the citizen of Solo realize that it is just a normal life. It is just because in another city in Indonesia, maybe they think that this is like a PWD is like a curse or something, a witchcraft, something like that. Solo is just socially accepted by the community, and person with disability also create a demand for assistive technology, and in response, rehabilitation center conduct a course for assistive technologies, and the industry, particularly small and home industry of assistive technology, thriving there, and Solo become well known as City of Leg, because so many producer of prosthetic So people know Solo as city of lake, and this is also strengthened by the disabled person organization and our civil society organization to advocate for disability right. And in terms of the regulation, Solo has been quite progressive as the city has established the regulation for PWDs, which ratified UNCRPD even before central government ratified it. So it's like more progressive than the central government. And uh, while also had significant effort, is there is a room for improvement, of course, particularly in implementation physical inclusive infrastructure. And at final point, we believe that creating inclusive city require everyone to be involved, and now inclusive ecosystem from cultural, community, regulation, and physical infrastructure aspect are highly crucial in shaping a more inclusive city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Fantastic. Yeah, thank you. Great. Thanks very much. That was great. And we've got a little follow-on response or remark to that from Utsav from the National Institute of Urban Affairs in India. So you want to come down, Utsav? Just a follow-on remark to that. Thank you, Ara. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity, Ian, and good morning, everyone. Good to have you here. Well, I think I'm going to take a leaf out of what Ara said and what Dr. Vasudevan said. So the balance between what we are trying to create and what we aspire to do is probably the balance between what is intangible and tangible, right? So the culture is an intangible aspect of the society that we live in, but it's also something that drives tangible changes into the communities and into the cities, into the policies and the infrastructure that we create. So I think the acceptance of diversity and disability is a big part of how a city can be inclusive. You may not have a single ramp in the city, but if you have people who are accommodating of the differences and the diversity that we have, I think that in itself is a great place to start. And then you can always build on that. Policies work because people are accepting of it. Policies work because the system allows for change over a period of time. That also brings me to the other point, which is of choices, right? So we are all in some way in a position to drive certain choices and make certain choices for a certain amount of people. So the point that I want to make, maybe leave the rest of the speakers with, is the importance of architecture in choices, right? So we talk about architecture in spaces, in buildings, in communities, and in the spaces that we live in. But how about the choice architecture that we need to give to the people who we are working for the city that we live in, and for the communities that we want to empower? So that is an critically important aspect of work that we need to think about as we move forward. And I think our representative from WHO rightly talked about the importance of a world where we live in and which is resource deficient. We don't have a lot of resources, so it makes perfect sense to adhere to the philosophy of inclusion. If you really want to move forward in a way where progress is equal and equitable for everyone, I think inclusive approach is the way forward for creating a better future. I'll take a pause here, and back to you, Ian.
Thank you so much, Utsav. That's great. A lovely follow-on remark. Thank you. Okay, so our next city who's going to join me is Nairobi. So we have Maxwell from Kilimanjaro Blind Trust Africa going to join me to answer this next question that we've got. Remember, everyone in the audience and those of you online, if you have any questions you'd like to put to any of our speakers or any of our guests here this morning, then please do make a note of them and jot them down. We'll try and get to some of those at the end. So Maxwell, hello.
Yes, hello.
Hello. So the question I'll put to you is, Nairobi is ranked as one of the most innovative cities in Africa with entrepreneurial spirit and tech investors. So how is innovation and entrepreneurship being utilized to improve inclusion in your city?
Yes, wow. I mean, in Nairobi, like in any other, cities around the world, of course, we leverage on technology and innovation to improve on the lives of persons with disabilities. And again, just to refer to what the representative of WHO, mentioned about the demand for assistive technologies, for instance, about 2.5 billion. That's already a very huge market that any innovative and tech-driven society would already look like a huge market to tap into. And Of course, in Nairobi, we have a very vibrant, ecosystem of innovators, and we've seen a lot of accelerator programs currently coming up where, there's a lot of innovations for assistive technologies among, especially among the youthful population. And this mostly is driven by, non-governmental organizations. One of them even being the GDI Hub Accelerator Program. Of course, the Innovate Now Accelerator Program that supports, innovators to develop 80 innovations for persons with disabilities. But most importantly is also the understanding of education as a fulcrum of the society and how we can use education to promote inclusion. Because the more we ensure that persons with disability are able to access quality inclusive education and live independent life, then the more we are able to, ensure that we promote inclusion in the society. So we are also seeing an increasing, edtech innovations to ensure that persons with disability are able to go to school and access quality inclusive education. And this is also supported by policy changes, of course, from the government, where we're seeing more friendly policies that allow innovations, policy changes that allow access to inclusive education, and of course now education being a right and not necessarily a choice. So that in a way has led to some significant change in as far as inclusion for persons with disabilities is concerned. But again, most importantly, there are also organizations, for instance, like my organization, Kilimanjaro Brain Trust Africa, where besides supporting learners with visual impairment to access education, we are also into employment. So we support, and this is something that is done by other players in the sector, where we support employers to leverage on technology to bring on board persons with disability into employment, and not necessarily see them as a burden in the society. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Brilliant. Thank you, Maxwell. Fantastic. Yes. And we have a follow-up response remark to this topic, which is going to come from Maria Isabel from El Comité in Medellin, Colombia. So welcome, Maria Isabel.
Good morning.
I'm also from Medellin, but I'm translating now.
Bueno, en el caso particular de Colombia, Medellín fue designada como Distrito Especial de Ciencia, Tecnología e Innovación en el año 2021 y
in Colombia, Medellin was recently delegated as a special district for science, technology and innovation, recently in 2021.
A partir de allí se centran y se potencian proyectos que desarrollan este tipo de materias. Es así como surgen.
From there, with that delegation, now we are promoting different projects and strategies that enhance those kinds of strategies.
Desde allí surgen estrategias innovadoras que permiten también como la articulación de instituciones públicas, en el caso de Ruta N.
Also from there, we are being able to articulate different public, private, and academic institutions, especially one known as Ruta N, or Route N in English.
Instituciones privadas como algunas universidades y emprendimientos de personas con discapacidad, en el caso de MAT Movilidad.
Also, many universities, private entities that have joined from the academy to promote innovation, science and technology, and entrepreneurships, small businesses that are also working towards innovation and technology in our city. One particular example is called MAT, which means mobility, accessibility, time, and work. T in Spanish is trabajo, which means in English work.
Quienes se unieron para adaptar un dispositivo o motor a bicicletas de uso público en la ciudad de Medellín.
With this articulation, they were able to create a device which is adapted or attached to wheelchairs users. So they added a third wheel, which is attached to the wheelchair.
Para permitir el transporte de personas con movilidad reducida de manera gratuita por la ciudad de Medellín.
In that way, they are enhancing mobility for persons with reduced mobility, as it is an electrical device that allows them to move easily around the city.
Este es un ejemplo no solo de innovación, con respecto al uso de productos o tecnología de apoyo, sino también de articulación intersectorial.
So this is an example not only about innovation and technology, but also how different institutions have come together, working from the public, private, and of course, entrepreneurship sectors to work towards inclusivity in our city.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Perfect. And I can say, yeah, pop it down there. When we did our visit to Medellin, the team got to try the MAT device, and it's a good way, I think, for the entrepreneurs to generate additional income, and it's also a great way for tourists to see the city in a completely different way, different light. So it was a great thing to do, and they're also now have them available to hire around the city, just like the bikes that you can hire in many cities at those drop-off points. You can get this powered kind of third wheel for your manual wheelchair, which is pretty cool. Also, just to say, the map has appeared above me, so you can see the global spread of the 6 cities that we have here today, which I think is quite impressive. And so without further ado, on to our 5th city, which is Freetown, Sierra Leone. So I'd like to invite Mr. Francis Kabia from the government of Sierra Leone to join me on stage. Mr. Kabia. Hello.
Yeah.
So the question I'll put to you then this morning is Freetown, like many other cities around the world, has areas of formality and informality. And with many informal settlements, what can be done to improve living conditions for disabled people living in these areas? Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ian, for that brilliant question. Please permit me to preface my response by joining previous speakers in expressing our kind appreciation to the Global Disability Innovation Hub for giving Sierra Leone this ample opportunity to lend its voice to this transformative discussion. We are extremely grateful that we are joining this team in sharing our thoughts on the question that has been posed. But for the purposes of information sharing, let me say that our city is named Freetown because it began as a home for freed slaves in 1787. It is not that everything you find in our city is free, but because it began as a home for freed slaves, it is called Freetown. Our city is home to a considerable number of persons with disabilities, most of whom actively depend on street begging for their survival. And it is because of this reason that most of them are found in informal settlements. So the need to improve their living conditions cannot be overemphasized. So this morning, I want to spend time to take you through some of the interventions that are required in order for us to improve their living conditions. We believe as a Ministry of Social Welfare that we need a comprehensive and inclusive strategy that encompasses the following interventions that I'm going to take you through. One, we need to conduct a survey, not only for us to ascertain the numerical strength of our persons with disabilities living in those informal settlements, but also to gather pertinent information that can be utilized for effective planning purposes. The other information that we need an intervention is for us to undertake a needs assessment, because at the end of the day, we want to capture the views and aspirations of persons with disabilities in improving their living conditions. Once that is done, we will then provide business startup. It is very much necessary for persons with disabilities living in informal settlements to be provided with business startups. And I say that before the business startups are provided, we need to give them the required training on financial management. After that, we also think as a Ministry of Social Welfare that it is necessary for us to expand the existing cash transfer programs. Today, the government of Sierra Leone is providing cash to a considerable number of our persons with disabilities. But truth be spoken, that program has to be expanded in order for us to cover all persons with disabilities living in informal settlements. Additionally, we see the role of the private sector to be extremely critical. That is why we think we have to collaborate with the private sector. It goes without saying that government does not have all the resources required in order for us to address the numerous challenges that our persons with disabilities face. So there is every need for us to collaborate with the private sector. And thankfully, AN has given us an ample opportunity for us to interface with a considerable number of the private sector here. So Sierra Leone has its arms widely open to receive you people in order to empower the lives of our persons with disabilities. And we think the aspect of mentorship is also important. We have our persons with disabilities who are role models now. Those ones can be used to mentor our persons with disabilities in informal settlement in order for us to overcome the defeatist mentality. Because our persons with disabilities living in those areas strongly believe that nothing can be done again in order to improve their lives. But once we use these ones who have succeeded in life, I think we can change the status quo. To conclude, Ian, I want to thank you once again, and I think that what we need now as a country, as a Ministry of Social Welfare, and as partners also working on disability, is collaboration. Because addressing the challenges faced by our persons with disabilities does not only need a multi-sectoral approach, it also needs a concerted effort. That is why Global Disability Innovation Hub has given us this opportunity to interface with appropriate stakeholders working on the disability sector in order for us to drive this initiative. I believe that if all of these interventions are implemented, then our persons with disabilities living in informal settlement will have their lives improved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Down there. Thank you so much, Mr. Kabia. And we're going to have a response from Amarzaya from the government of Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia. If you would like to, do you want to join us here?
Informal and formal settlements, then I just want to jump this response.
Any other questions for the guys from Sierra Leone or Mongolia? Do just, again, jot them down. I think we're going to have a bit of time at the end, which is great. Just before we move on to our next speaker, who can join me, which is Maria Clara. If you can join me. I'll take a minute briefly to describe the screen behind me. We're showing one slide throughout this session today, just the one slide. But what it does show is a map of the world with the 6 cities that we have been working on throughout this research, and that we have the representatives from here with us today. Highlighted on the map, so starting with Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia is highlighted with a list of the partner logos that we worked with there: Tish Nagam, Universal Progress, IFO, and the Asian Development Bank. We then have Surakarta in Indonesia highlighted with our key partner there, which was Kota Kita. Of course, the city government were involved in all 6 cities too. Then Varanasi in India is highlighted with our partners there, the National Institute of Urban Affairs and the Kiran Society. Nairobi in Kenya is highlighted with the partner logos there, who are Kilimanjaro Blind Trust and Konkui Design Initiative. Freetown in Sierra Leone is highlighted with our key partners there, the SLURC, the Sierra Leone Urban Research Centre. And finally, Medellin in Colombia is also highlighted with our key partners there, El Comité. And what this map does is just show the geographic global spread of the 6 cities, which was very deliberate on our part. So with that, I'll come to our 6th and final city. Last but by no means least, Medellin in Colombia, and I have Maria Clara from not from El Comité, who's been working with us closely as a consultant on this. So the question to you is, Medellin is a resilient and growing city that has used infrastructure to promote economic advancement and social inclusion. Can you tell us how the city is using infrastructure to increase economic and social inclusivity for disabled people living in the periphery areas of Medellin?
Thank you, Ian, and thank you to the whole team, because Medellin was the last city on this case study analysis, and it was the only one in Latin America. So it was a great pleasure for us to share our realities in that side of the world. So Medellin was over 30 years ago known as one of the most violent cities in the world. Now, after many efforts in many areas, we have done a great job in overcoming that stigma. And one of the strategies that I can relate to this answer is through social urbanism strategies. Medellin is located in a valley, so we are surrounded by many mountains, which makes very difficult accessibility for many people, not only for people with disabilities. So many of our interventions have been trying to develop an effort of connecting that periphery with the center of the valley. We have recognized since almost 20 years ago that the periphery is part of our city. Yes, it was developed in an informal way, but we cannot demolish the periphery. We need to work with the periphery to include people, to give them possibilities, access to services, to opportunities. And one of the ways in which we are doing that is improving and creating innovative transport systems, such as the cable cars that probably you have seen in some photographs that describe Medellin, trying to bring people from the mountains to the center of the valley. Also inserting social infrastructure, health, education, public space in those areas. We don't not just need them to go down to the center of the valley. We also need to provide urban infrastructure for them to have adequate conditions to live in their areas, to live in the periphery of the city. So those kind of interventions are not only benefiting citizens, like regular citizens, also they are improving the way in which people with disabilities are getting engaged with the opportunities of the city. So speaking about universal design, I think those are clear interventions that are not only useful for regular citizens, but also involve and include people with disabilities for them to have access to these opportunities that are mostly concentrated towards the center of the valley. So I think that integrated and that integral and holistic way of considering the city is one of the many strategies that we are implementing to become a more innovative city, as Maria Isabel was mentioning earlier, and to continue to connecting the periphery with the center of the valley, creating one Medellin, not a periphery / a valley.
Perfect. Thank you so much,
Thanks.
Maria Clara. That was great. And we have a follow-on response remark, I think, on that question from you, Aa. Is that correct? I have that on my notes. Feel free to decline. But
yeah, talking about infrastructure, it's like I remember about Indonesia, because Indonesia now is like built a massive infrastructure in every sector. But what we always worried is about that yes, it is, of course, infrastructure can create the opportunity to people, even can generate economic growth, but also there are also the challenge, but because every infrastructure need to maintain, need money to allocate it, and it is can become like a trap if we don't be careful about how to how to manage it. That is important. So it's like actually when I heard I listened from the Medellin, what it is interesting that it is what they build is just follow what the people need. That what the important thing. It's not about it is the demand from the a private sector or something, but it is how to follow the demand from the people, for the community. That is important. So it's like a little inspired. Thank you.
thank you, Aa. Perfect. Great. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you to all of our speakers. We are heading into a break, but before we do, there is time for any questions from the audience, either here in the room or online. I can't see the questions from online, so if the team want to text me any, then that is fine. I can pick them up. Otherwise, for anyone in the room, if you'd like to put a question to any of our speakers, if you could let us know. There's one at the back of the room there, please. Could one of the roving mics, if you would like to just quickly say who you are, where you're from, and who you would like to direct the question to, if anyone, that would be great. Thanks. Thanks, Bernice. The lady at the back of the room.
Thank you. My name is Jenny Schofield. I'm a PhD candidate at SOAS, University of London, researching disability and accessibility technology in the Japanese workplace. And my question was for mainly for the representatives from Varanasi in India. There's a similar issue that's being discussed at the minute in Nagoya in Japan regarding Nagoya Castle, and I was wondering how the local people eventually agree to the accessibility changes, and what the strategies were for getting local people on board with those changes. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. Well, we have used a lot of pragmatic ways. I talked about one of the new developed GART called NamoGART being totally inclusive. What we try to do with the resisting local population is to take them on a tour to the newly built GART and make the people move on wheelchairs and other disabled people and see the joy and fun of how they are able to navigate. Getting down, because it's got from the from the road level to the water level, it has got several promenades. It is about some 15 to 20 meters high, which people could never think that they could navigate and reach. So what we did is on a tour, in an organized way, we took the people around, those people who are generally resisting, and see what's the fun of having a disabled person, and could easily assess. And so how making it inclusive helps the society, and what is the pleasure you are driving. So these like similar things when we are trying to do in the roadside, we were trying to make the road was an elevated platform. The wheelchair person couldn't go. So when we tried to do that, there was a resistance. So again, we did some similar experiments which are practical. And I think that brings in a change, and change comes slowly, and especially for people with some fixed ideas. And if you consistently and with the perseverance you follow, I think it is achievable, and that is what we are trying to do in Varanasi. Does it answer your question? Okay.
Thank you very much. Great. One more question here. Well, okay, 1 and 2. So yeah, we've got time for those. So Bernice, Sujatha at the front here.
Hello. Is it on? Oh, okay. Okay. So great session on this inclusive infrastructure. I think it's a great project where you were able to cover these cities across the world. My question is to Ian, for or whoever is in charge of 80-20-30. What is the plan to scale this to more cities, more places, and how are you going to communicate this impact?
Thank you. That's a great question. I love it. Yeah, that's exactly what we are about to embark on. So we have now completed the 6-city report. So it's essentially a deep dive of research in each city, each of the 6 cities. And we, over the course of the last few weeks, I guess a couple of months now, we've been re-engaged with all 6 city partners and local governments to do what we call the comparison study. So now we compare and contrast across these 6 cities to really push and test what we think we know, what we've learned, where are the similarities, where are the differences. And all of that is coupled with existing knowledge, experience that we have, we're going to put into what we've notionally called for now our Global Action Report. And that's the report, that will be the final outcome of this sub-programme of 80-20-30 that we will produce led by Michaela, by end of March next year. Exactly what that will look like, how it will be presented, we're not too sure. We've got a very good idea of what will be contained within it now already. But yeah, we will present that to the world in March next year, and we also anticipate having a platform once again at the World Urban Forum, which will be in November next year, where we will really kind of spread the word around this research and the final outcomes and the final outputs there as well. So that's our current plan.
Great. And how would you plan to get more people on board, more cities on board?
We ask them. Yeah, we tell them that it's a good idea. I think the general. I think. I mean, do you want to answer this, Michaela? No, I think generally, there's most of the places we've been and working and are experiencing. There's lots of goodwill and appetite to do this and do it well, but there's implementation as a barrier. And knowing where to start sometimes is a barrier. So what we're going to produce, we hope, will help to begin to overcome some of these barriers. And obviously, we could then provide the support that might be necessary to kind of kickstart change. That's the plan.
Great, thank you.
Thanks for the question. Okay, and time for one more question, perhaps just further at the back there, and then I think we'll close for a short break.
Thank you very much. My name is Abdi Fatah. I used to be one of the best longer distance runners, people with one leg in UK. And a lot of things that we talked about today is a change, but our change only is limited to giving advice and encouraging people. Reality is the people like me in Africa or elsewhere in the world, they don't have access to mobility devices, which like prosthetics, which prevents them to utilize their talent. For example, me, I couldn't take part the Paralympics despite the Paralympics was held here. So the question is how the prosthetic devices can be made accessible and affordable to many disabled people instead of just giving advice and encouragement.
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's arguably one that others in my team are better placed to answer than me. And so without me trying to kind of make up the response, I maybe ask one of the team. There's going to be sessions specifically on AT throughout the next couple of days. Is anyone in my team prepared to quickly answer that? Later sessions. Okay, as we're coming to the break. So if you look at the agenda over today and the next 2 days, there's specific sessions that address perfectly the question you've asked. It's a great question. So rather than me trying to give a shorthand answer here and now, that will very much be answered quite directly in the following sessions throughout today. So, but thank you for raising it here and now. Okay, well, I think that's us. I'd like to say a special thank you to all of our partners and guests from the 6 cities. I have to say, today's the easy day for us because tomorrow we have a closed session workshop to really get into the earlier question about what next with it. So we've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow. But thank you so much for the panel session. I hope it was informative to all of you here in the room and all of you online. We're going to head into a short break now, but we will be back, I imagine, at 11:30 or thereabouts. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. So time for teas and coffees. I'm sure you'll all be looking forward to that. We're heading up to the 3rd floor where you'll be directed into the space where we're having our refreshments for the day. If you're exiting through the cinema, you can exit through this door or the stairs at the back and take the stairs or the lift up to the 3rd floor and you'll be directed from there. We'll take about a 20-minute break and then we'll be encouraging everyone to come back to the cinema. So we'll be starting just after 11:30 for the next session. Thank you very much. and we will try and join you up with your jewellery again. Thank you. Couple of minutes, we'll start. Oh.
2 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So, what an amazing first session, right? Huge thank you to all of our guest speakers. I learnt an awful lot. It was really great to hear you speak. Lots of energy, lots of purpose in the room, and you know, such an amazing amount of progress being made all over the world. I'm really, really blown away. So, firstly, thank you to you guys. So, just a little bit about me. If you can't see me, I'm a Caucasian male, just over 6 feet tall. I'm wearing eyeglasses. I've got short, dark hair. I'm wearing a white shirt and blue jeans. Thank you. My colleagues keep remarking how smart I look today. It's very unusual. So I'm Ben Hardman. I'm Head of Innovation Ecosystems with GDI Hub. And I really, really love my job. I get to work with the rest of the GDI Hub team, but across the ecosystem. And effectively, our role is to turn insight and research into compelling ideas that we can then turn into impactful solutions. And we do that, like I say, internally, but also with a huge amount of support from our partners across the ecosystem. So much of our work is focused around supporting innovators and ventures in developing their propositions, developing their technology, helping them to find ways to market what they do, find traction, to grow their business, and to find a pathway to scale. So an intro to the session. I'm really looking forward to learning from and interacting with and sharing lots of insight with all of you. I'm hoping that we can squeeze a little bit of fun in as well along the way. That's really, really important. So it's my sessions where we're going to be diving into a range of topics. So we're going to talk about system strengthening. We're going to talk about smart ways to use data. We're going to talk about innovation ecosystems. So it's going to be a diverse range of topics for the next hour and a half. So we're incredibly grateful to have some really smart people to take us through that journey. So to kick us off, I'm going to introduce Frey Segers from the Clinton Health Access Initiative. Frey, would you like to...
Right here. Thank you so much. And it's such a pleasure to be here. I would love to start with a very, very brief visualization exercise. And however you want to do this, if you want to, I mean, everyone's sitting back in their chairs, comfortable, but think about the joy of a 4-year-old. Like you can pick boy or girl who gets a pair of or hearing aids for the very first time in their life and they can hear. Can you imagine that? I don't think with the audience in the room and with the audience online that should be too hard. Or the sort of expression on a face of a young child in a wheelchair and being able to move around or be pushed around. And now keep that thought, because that's exactly the joy that I would love for this talk to keep in your minds and keep in our minds together. The first 1,000 days of life are such a critical window of opportunity for development. And I'm not an expert in early child development, but having read through some of the materials, it is so convincingly clear how important it is to provide supportive interventions to children in that period. And that includes assistive technology for children with disabilities. However, as much as all these many children need assistive technology in that window, we're all aware of the disparities. And we're all aware of the context. And we talked a little bit this morning about stigma. And what does stigma mean? Well, what does stigma mean for children? Well, it means that often it can lead to families to break apart. And it can
lead to there being a single parent or caregiver, often a mother, who needs to take the sole responsibility for their families. And for a family which is already in a low resource context or living in poverty, that might be dragging them down further in poverty. It might also mean that there's some level of shame which leads to children being kept in their houses and these children not being visible. So potentially we're talking about a very, very large group of children who need assistive technology early in life, but are simply invisible. And we know assistive technology matters to them, and we believe that this might actually be one of the largest neglected and invisible gaps in development today. So what are we going to do about this? So my name is Frederick, and I work with the Clinton Health Access Initiative. And our journey started in 2018 in assistive technology alongside the Global Disability Innovation Hub, where we tried to answer the question, what works for shaping markets for assistive technology? And in that journey, we've obviously come to reflect on what markets should we shape, or should we rather think about building markets? And what is the role of governments as we build markets? And we all know that governments have signed up to the UN Convention, for instance, and made commitments, but perhaps these have not yet translated into ambitious plans. And there's an opportunity to help drive that forward. And that's what we've done essentially over the past 5 years. We've worked with government partners to bring stakeholders together in a space which is often operating in a very fragmented manner, and start to reflect on what are some of the common challenges that all of us are facing as organizations, our stakeholders, as constituents. But perhaps we believe that any one of us cannot tackle them by ourselves, and we need to do this collectively. But they are priorities because we really need them, and I'm going to give some examples in a minute. But also, how do we prioritize then? What needs to come first, and how do we shift a little bit away from the response we need to give now to thinking about building systems in the long term so that services can become accessible to those that need it routinely? And to give a few examples, we're talking, for instance, about data systems, because it's true, governments need more data to inform policymaking. It's critical. We're talking about, the question was raised this morning about access to assistive technology. Well, there are supply chains in the countries for a range of medical products. So could we expand those to include more assistive devices? And which devices would that be? And then what do we consider acceptable devices and appropriate for a setting? So we need regulations and standards that guide that procurement. We need to start thinking about who is going to train the future workforce. And we need to start thinking about where is the financing going to come from, obviously. And so those are just a few of the pieces of the work that we were able to start in partnership with JDI Hub under the 80-20-30 program. And as much as there's still a journey ahead, it does provide us now with an opportunity to expand and start to think, well, how are we going to build on this work to reach children with disabilities early in life with assistive technology? And that involves, there's 3 things that we will need to consider. The first one is reporting. But do they know what their child needs at that time? So we might be missing out in some instances. But we also have some disability estimates, so we need to start extrapolating. However, in that context, as much as we're going to learn a lot, we need to be comfortable to engage and be comfortable with the unknown. And that's the first thing. We will learn, we will start doing work, we might have to pivot at one point as we find different things, or in terms of what we had expected in terms of children with disabilities, different types, different levels of prevalence, perhaps. So we need to be agile and flexible. And that's something that we had to do already along the way, and we will need to continue to do as we start focusing on how we meet the needs of children with disabilities. Secondly, we need to reflect on where and how we're going to identify disabilities in children. And all of you know, or many of you will know, that the level of births at health facilities is increasing all around the world year after year. The number of children that is not immunized is going down year on year. And there is a growing level of activity in communities where community leaders share information to parents about how they need to keep their children healthy. So how do we take advantage of those efforts and those platforms to ensure that the providers of these services also reflect on the needs that these children may have with respect to assistive technology? And there's really good examples. Briefly, there's been a vaccination campaign for measles in Ethiopia, and they've also screened for club foot and found, I think, 3,600 children were identified, and many of them are already in treatment. There's tools that have been validated, but we're observing that there's many efforts going on all around the world, but we don't know yet like what's scalable and applicable in different contexts. And that's an initiative we will take forward in the coming years. So second is test and validate some of the models in different contexts of how we can identify AT needs in children. And lastly, obviously, we need to ensure that the children have access to the assistive technology they need. And the government partners that we work with have already asked us for guidance, which are some of the products that have the most impact on children's outcomes. Or within the assistive products list, which one products should be prioritized for children. So there's a journey we'll embark on as CHAI, as the Clinton Health Access Initiative, in the coming years. We're doing this in partnership with the LEGO Foundation. We're doing this in partnership with beneficiaries and representative of beneficiaries, because it's so important that we hear from them on the design, the implementation, and the evaluation of interventions. We're doing this with our partners and experts around the world. We're doing this with innovators, as how we can think about incorporating technology and perhaps identifying opportunities to design new technologies. And importantly, I think we must not wait for the, there's children out there which we can help today. And we can really transform their lives today. So I think on our side, we won't wait, we'll learn, we'll pivot, but we won't let the perfect be the enemy of the good and just get going. And I'm really calling on everyone in the room, everyone out there online to join us, work with us, and I think together we can help the invisible hopefully become visible. Thank you.
Thank you, Frey. Yeah, that was amazing. What a great project. I think just in terms of scale and the ripple effects across the sector, it's just amazing to hear. I love the the acceptance of failure as well in order to get to the optimal solution. It's a really great culture. So guys, we're running a little over time, so we don't have enough time for you to grill Frey on anything right now. But he's in town for 2 days. So you might be able to grab him at lunch. So I'd suggest if you've got some questions for Frey, please, if that's okay with you, Frey, yeah, grab Frey at lunchtime. Thank you, Frey. So next up, we are going to hear online from Wendy Walker from the Asian Development Bank. Wendy, are you there? Maybe we could come back to Wendy later. What do you think? Let's do a vote. We could skip. Should we skip to Jamie first? Okay. Does anyone have any jokes? I don't. To Jamie. Okay. Right. So we'll come back to Wendy. So we're going to move, if Jamie is ready, to a colleague and a friend of mine, Jamie. to talk about innovative ways to use data. Jamie, please.
Hello. I'm just going to grab the podium. I've taken to writing down my speeches lately so that I keep to time, so it's for everyone else's benefit and not just for mine. Thank you. All right, so my name is Jamie. I'm a PhD at the Global Disability Innovation Hub. Kathy gave me the privilege of sort of titling my role here, and I like to say that I'm a population health data scientist, so I'm going to be talking about the innovative ways that we can use AT data. So as we've already kind of heard, the AT data conversation is really consistently geared towards the collection of new data as a critical need globally, and this is absolutely the case. In trying to keep up with new surveys and data sets, we at GDI have mapped 207 publications, 62 national surveys, 47 population-based cohort studies that all collect data on AT access indicators. And we also know that 27 countries have now integrated AT questions into their routine national data collection. However, if you search through all of these resources in our data portal, you'll find that it's really only a handful of countries and very few types of assistive products that are routinely represented in this space. And often, datasets that do exist are underutilized or have never actually been utilized at all to study AT access. So a wealth of data does exist in the AT sector, and we will always need more, but we can learn so much more from the data that we do have. The novel ways we can use AT data are innovations by themselves, and one of the first tasks is getting the discordant data to actually work together. For example, often different population-based surveys are conducted in a country over several years, which are similar but not directly comparable. But these surveys can be harmonized, which is a valuable process to observe trends over time. And if the key outcome measures can be adjusted to align within reason and the sample populations can be trimmed to have the same representative demographics, then the findings from each survey can be directly compared and trends can be observed. And when we look at multiple data sets at once, we can also identify anomalies in these individual data sets that can be identified and explored in ways that a single data holder is not able to explain themselves. And this lets us understand the effects of different study designs, like how a specific method of data collection might over or underestimate specific results. I think so. I can yell. If we turn off the speaker.
Who did you call?
Hello, hello, hello. Okay. All right. Thank you, Tiggy. that was fabulous. Thank you all for waiting. Okay.
So my last sentence was just to say that we're only able to look at anomalies in these data sets if we have the benefit of being able to directly compare multiple data points, because you can't observe a trend with only one data point. And these trends are extremely valuable, and I often think my coworkers get sick of me listening to me talk about trends, because that's all I talk about, but obviously not, because here I am. But they're very important because we typically live in populations that are dynamic because their demographics are changing. And global aging is a huge driver of this. We have more people surviving to older ages in every country, and this aging process looks different in different places. It might be happening at different speeds or be at different stages, but it is happening everywhere. And many countries are already working to meet the needs for older adults in their populations, who now comprise a proportion that is unprecedented in the country's history. On the other hand, other countries that are starting to age have opportunities to prepare for these needs in advance, but we cannot meet these needs in any case if we can't keep up with them. So we have to understand how these needs have changed already so we can forecast how they will change in the future. And with multiple waves of data, we can conduct retrospective analyses to identify the social and health factors that increase the risk of an individual having an unmet need for AT. We can see how that level of risk varies across demographics within a population and connect this with the increasing or decreasing numbers of individuals in each demographic to scale the need. In other words, if the current trends continue, we can estimate how an existing disparity will grow if nothing is done to address it. By this process, we're identifying clusters of disproportionate need, and with this understanding, we can engage much more closely with specific communities to find out where the provision process isn't working. So we can use this method first to orient our lens, so to speak, and then to zoom in. Of course, we love testing what works at GDI. Forecasting also provides us a way to look at the impact of interventions, new assistive products, and new policies by examining the key access indicators before and after implementation. And this is universally needed with global aging, but it's also needed to address sudden shifts in need for assistive technology, like what happens in conflict and humanitarian settings. And continuing to collect data allows us to validate these forecasting models and even understand if they apply in other settings that lack past waves of data or where it's not feasible to collect data so routinely. So over all of these stages, though, when you work with existing data, you have to account for gaps that you can't fill. So when looking at population level estimates, you have to assess how representative are these data really of this population. So disability is often incompletely or completely misrepresented in public health data sets, even those targeted towards capturing it in a comprehensive way. For example, if we rely only on health record data to learn about AT need, then we will miss individuals who don't reliably engage with the healthcare institutions. Population cohorts that are used to study healthy aging often do not enroll people who are institutionalized or have pre-existing support needs. Disability registries are likely to underestimate the prevalence of more mild limitations or disabilities and of course require someone to be willing to register as disabled to be included. Or if AT is only studied where it interacts with education or employment, we will not capture the needs of individuals who are retired, for example. We will also not capture the benefits of AT outside those two domains. Government strategies and policies are absolutely informed by these data, and innovations are scaled based on these estimates, and if we pile on more and more research that does not account for who is missing, these representation gaps will be exacerbated, and we will be pushing disabled people further into the margins. But that being said, there are innovative ways to make progress with these data. You can use mixed methods approaches, which benefit from having complementary data sets. And this can look like including qualitative data collection like storytelling and interviews among a smaller sample, and using that to inform what lifestyle variables are tested in a model working with larger scale quantitative data. In assessing the representativeness of a data set, describing the group of people not included in both the data and the resultant model is also important, like those who never experience a certain outcome or those with missing data. And this is particularly relevant for intersectionalities, as it is often the individuals who are more vulnerable with the most complex needs who are not within the remit of data collection or may aim to avoid it altogether. And finally, there's a lot of work just to be done reviewing and describing gaps in the existing data so that we can inform and encourage better data collection on AT access. We need to reflect critically and continuously on our approaches, because how we design data collection and analyses need to complement the changing conceptual understanding of disability, inclusion, and assistive technology.
Thank you, Jamie. Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, so whenever we have a question around data at GDI Hub, usually Jamie gets a call, and it's kind of sometimes a, oh, here we go. Here we go again. Sometimes a blessing, sometimes a curse, I think. So I've been informed that Wendy Walker from ADB is waiting online to start her talk, but maybe as we queue Wendy up, if anyone has a question for Jamie or for Frey, we can take that now. Ah, okay. Can we get a mic to this chap here? Sorry, can you go again?
Yeah, when you're implementing forecasting, do you include the politics, the environment, the legal, and the economic conditions that the disabled people are living in?
Yeah, absolutely, to the best of our capacity, which tends to be what is available in data at the time. And some ways that you can do this might look like modeling different scenarios, so that if there are changes in the environment or in like the political situation, how these things can look, and comparing populations that are perhaps similar in other ways but differ in one key respect, like what you were describing in environment or political situations. But yeah, everything is relevant basically, and it's just a challenge to figure out how to create a model that is not over parameterized, but has done like due consideration for all of these things, because they absolutely are relevant.
Great question. Thank you, Jamie. Okay, so we can now move on to Wendy Walker from the ADB.
One more question. Oh, okay, one more question.
I think we need to move on, if that's okay. Yeah. Sorry. Pretty sure I saw Wendy a minute ago on that screen. I did, didn't I? Okay. She's coming. Wendy, hello. Over to you.
Sessions so far. So I'm calling from the Asian Development Bank. We are located here our headquarters is in the Philippines, and we work throughout Asia and Pacific. And we're a development bank. And as we now head towards the final few years of the Sustainable Development Goals, mobilizing around key issues and pulling together with others is vital. Disability inclusion is one of the key issues that we really need to pull together on. In our region, it's home to about 70% of the global population of persons with disabilities, or about 690 million people. And in many countries in the region, more than half of all persons with disability are above the age of 60 years old. So as the previous speaker said, this is one of the fastest aging regions of the world. So these numbers are expected to grow exponentially. But one of the biggest challenges is really moving from policy to practice and making sustainable change. And I think that also Frey was talking along those lines. So here, our efforts on disability inclusion have been going on for a while. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry, everyone. I think we're going to struggle to get that working for Wendy. If we can, we'll come back to Wendy. There's the rest of the team are talking to her in the back channel, so she does know she's not still talking to you. So what we're going to do now is we're going to move on to what was going to be the final section of this session. So this is really, really exciting. It's very close to my heart, definitely. So we're going to dive into what's happening in and around innovation ecosystems for assistive technology and their readiness for scale. So I'm going to hand over to a colleague and a friend, Dr. Tigmanshu Bhatnagar, or Tiggy, which is much easier, to host that session. So Tiggy, if you'd like to join us.
Thank you, Ben. Oh, Dr. Tigmanshu Bhatnagar. It's a very recent one, and still getting used to that. But you can also call me Tiggy, everybody. Hello, good morning. It's an honor to be here, to be facilitating this very exciting session that is also close to, it's actually like my heart itself, on innovation. It's such a nice word, right? Innovation, it gets us all excited. It gets us all pumped up that there's promise of something new, something different, something that is going to change your life for the better. But it also comes with a sense of responsibility to deliver it, to make it happen, to get it to people at the end, so that everyone's lives can change. So we are in this session today, we are going to hear some incredible stories from around the world of innovations happening. We have sort of startups, founders of startups, as well as facilitators of startups who have driven change. So once again, good morning, everyone. For those who can't see me, I am an Asian Indian male, 5'9" tall. I wish I was 6 feet. I hide that insecurity with my thick beard that my lovely wife often asks me to thin down from time to time. But no. So we have heard from Kathy in the morning the importance of stepping out from the labs and literally and figuratively jumping on the bus to get and make innovation happen, get the GDI hub rolling. Kylie echoed this attitude in the morning after Kathy to break down silos that we often find ourselves in, to deliver services and innovate ways in which assistive technology reaches people. But if we shift our focus from the established institutions to these newcomers, to these bootstrapped individuals who have literally nothing in their pockets but their passion and an idea, thank you, to, to change the world, then we see a very different culture emerging. The startups that are addressing the old problems in a new way, or trying to identify new problems and solving them to change our lives, to change our behaviors, our practices for the better. These are the guys who break into those silos. These are the guys who break out from those foundations. These are the guys who are actually creating those networks to bring about a change. Necessity is the mother of all innovation or invention, and for startups, it's a necessity to get out of the house, to get out and going and create those networks, forge those collaborations, to bring these innovations and new things to people. On the one hand, we all understand disability is a heterogeneous problem. The lived experiences of people with disabilities can change drastically, and it's always dependent on the context, both socio-economical context as well as cultural context. So how can assistive technologies, when they are innovated at first, work for people in different contexts? Becomes a very interesting innovation problem. Assistive technology innovations also relies and is dependent on external stakeholders. So here in the room, just a show of hands, how many of you identify yourself as innovators, so entrepreneurs, as people with an experienced, lived experience of a disability? As clinicians, as people who understand the medical aspects of disability? As funders who know how to get money into disability sector? As enthusiasts who are just interested in this topic and want to make a change? So see how disability touches these diverse set of stakeholders, and so does innovation. Innovation is something that is new, that is meaningful, that changes life, and if it's a life of an individual with a lived experience of a disability, it changes the life of everyone around them. So what unifies them? Is it a purpose? Is it a passion? Is it motivation? Or is it the sense of challenge that this field brings in? We'll get to hear some of those ideas today, later in the session. Regardless of how innovations are made, regardless of what drives them, they need to diffuse into the society. They need to get out there, beginning from these enthusiastic end users and early adopters of these innovations who are often well-resourced, to those 90% of the population that we often allude to who need an assistive technology but don't get access to it. So let us get started with the session and see how some dynamic individuals in their shirts and jeans are stepping out into the field and trying to make a change. First on stage, we have Pete Donnelly, who's the founder of a very interesting and an exciting young startup called Wheelchair Skills College. Now, Pete.
Thanks, Tiggy. A quick visual description for everyone. I'm a white male. I'm wearing green shirts and jeans. I'm a wheelchair user. I have ginger hair and what was described at the weekend as a strong beard, which I've not heard before, but I'll take it. So hello, everyone. It's great to be here today and tell you a bit about my startup. My name is Pete Donnelly. I've been using a wheelchair for 17 years. I've been teaching wheelchair skills for the last 15 years. Now, wheelchair skills have made a massive difference to my life. They've given me the skills and confidence to go out there, travel, work, socialize, and basically live the kind of life that I want to. It's always baffled me that wheelchair skills aren't taught as standard when someone gets a wheelchair. I mean, it makes no sense. You get this life-changing, potentially life-changing piece of equipment, and then you're just expected to know how to use it somehow. I founded the Wheelchair Skills College with the vision that every single wheelchair user gets access to high-quality, peer-led wheelchair skills training, so they can recognize the benefits and go out and live the kind of life they want to as well. And it's about taking wheelchair skills to people where they are, in their community. So I started scoping out, where can this be delivered? Who am I going to connect this with? And there's a lot of interest. When you're having conversations with people, they have the same reaction. They say, yeah, of course, it makes sense. We need to do this. But then once you start probing it more, translating that initial interest into a pilot session proved incredibly difficult. People don't have the resources, the time isn't there, priorities are a bit different. Now, one group that I reached out to that were more proactive in terms of getting this up and running was schools, and that's perfect for me. Young people, they take learning quicker, they're more adventurous. These places of education, that's great. And there's 75,000 young wheelchair users across the UK, so a perfect place for me to start. So here are 3 things that I've learned in year 1 of running my social enterprise that I'd like to share with you. So the systems that are there to support young people are archaic. I'm not going to beat around the bush about that. I'm not just talking about the education system. I'm talking about the crossover with health and social care as well. I mean, the ideas that are in place that are being used, I mean, they predate the social model of disability, massively outdated things. And I look at these and I think about the fact that I had my injury at 19 years old, and all my experience of disability has been through adulthood. So a lot of these things I've become blinkered to, and I've not had that experience about growing up with a disability. But once I started becoming more aware of it and looking out there and seeing, okay, what are these barriers? You start seeing that it comes from everywhere. I mean, the language used in mainstream media, the things that appear on social media, the teaching environments that aren't catered for needs, the medical side of things, not focusing on the social aspects, and it's just about looking after the health needs, and also the not so subtle comments that come from the public. I mean, all these negative messages and this constant stream of negativity that young people face, and it's just quite overwhelming when once you start to hear about it, and they get this idea that they're not the right thing, that being disabled is wrong. I mean, these are messages that disabled adults face as well. I get similar things as well, but I feel like as an adult, you have more resilience, whereas as children are growing up, they're trying to understand who they are, they're trying to get their head around this disabled identity, and my real fear is that these negative messages around disability become their truth. So having conversations in schools and understanding more around what young people are going through early on made me realize that wheelchair skills weren't going to be enough. The disability conversation needs to be expanded. We need to be talking about all these other aspects of life. I remember talking to a group of young people about the social model of disability as something that my background in the third sector has meant I've spoken a lot about over time. But I was explaining it to them for the first time and listening to how it impacted the way they viewed themselves, understanding that they weren't the problem, but it was all those things around them in society that were a problem. And that started to change the way they looked at themselves. We need to be talking more about what disabled life looks like. And it's not just the medical side of things, it's those functional aspects. It's about getting around in life. It's about doing the things that you want to do. And it's about that peer representation as well. It's about those things that someone that you see yourself in, kind of age-wise, maybe background-wise, from your own locals, wherever you're based, is going to be able to talk to you in ways that you understand. And we need representation in broader than just the media where it sits at the moment. I think that we need representation in all areas of life, so young people can see themselves growing up and the breadth of what they could do as well. And then to make lasting change as well, we need to make sure that we are talking to all the stakeholders involved in these situations, and we need to be giving education to teachers, to parents, to disabled children and non-disabled children as well, making sure that everyone is understanding what they need to do differently. The last thing I'd like to touch on is the impact I've seen this year and how real it is. And there are 3 times in particular this year that things have happened and it's made me think, actually, this could work. We can make some real change here. And I'd like to share those with you. So one wheelchair skills session I was teaching, there was a young lad there, Brody, and he was good in moving around in his wheelchair. He was getting all the pushing techniques right. He was able to turn in his wheelchair, and he was ahead of his classmates. Now, at the end of the morning session, a teaching assistant who was supporting him came back into the room, and they were collecting something. And I saw him sat outside the door, kind of grasping for the door, unable to open it. So in the morning session, I took him to one side away from the group and showed him, like, this is how you pull the door open, this is how you push it open as well. And within like 20 minutes, he had it done. But I think that's brilliant because now, when he's going around the school, he doesn't need someone to open the door for him. He's able to open the door for himself and also those people around him as well, which I think is, as well as being an amazing skill, it's quite a thought-provoking metaphor. Now, people's situation change over time, and Cash joined our wheelchair skills session. She was using a wheelchair, but she was about to use it a lot more because she was scheduled to go in for an operation. And naturally, she had a lot of anxiety around being a wheelchair user. She wasn't sure what life was going to be like. Much like myself, before I started using it, I had an idea of what life as a wheelchair user would be. And as part of this one wheelchair skills session, I took everyone outside and showed them my car. And this is, the kids loved it. I kind of showed them the hand controls that I use in my car. I showed them how I break my wheelchair down, take the wheels off, lift it across myself. And afterwards, Cash's mum fed back that she'd never thought about it, but all of a sudden, she had this light bulb moment that, oh, actually, I can drive myself around. You know, that's a massive amount of independence. So it's not necessarily just these skills, but it's understanding that lifestyle element as well. Now, the third person I'd like to tell you about is Asta. Now, Asta wasn't sure she was going to be able to join the wheelchair skills session. She wasn't sure if she was kind of capable enough to join in, how much she would gain from it, but she pushed herself and she did join the session. And during the session, she really gave it her all. She was surpassing her own expectations and those of the teachers as well. And she was maybe not as fast as some of the children there, and maybe she didn't do as many skills, but some of those more basic skills of pushing forwards and backwards and turning, she got a lot from. Now, before the session, Asta would have been pushed around by some of the teachers. But following the session, she understood that she could push herself around. And when teachers tried to push her around, she'd hold her hand up to stop them. And for me, that is brilliant because that's what wheelchair skills are all about. She realized that she could take that confidence and she could tell people to stop, and she took back that choice and control. So I really hope the future of this project sees skills, both wheelchair skills and wider skills that disabled children need, embedded in the systems where they are accessing everything at the moment. whether it's health, social care, the education system. We need to change everything around them. So when I think, are ecosystems ready for change? It makes me think, are they ready, willing, and able? And to that, I think, no, they're not. They're not ready now, and they might not be ready tomorrow or the day after. Does that mean that we stop trying? Definitely not. If we were to stop trying, this generation misses out, next generation misses out, and maybe the generation after that. It's not going to be fast, and it's not going to be easy. But I remind myself why we do this. And it's for children who are stuck behind the door that they can't open, or someone that is dealing with the anxiety of not knowing what life using a wheelchair is going to be like, or someone who doesn't know that they can raise their hand to take back that choice and control. Thanks for listening.
Excellent, Pete. So, a simple service, a small idea can make such a big impact. It's a true metaphor for that. Moving on from a new assistive technology service delivery to a new assistive technology product that is making a big impact, not just in the UK, but around the world. Welcome Niall Marshall onto the stage from Koala.
Thanks. Ooh, it's a lot of people. Hi. My name's Niall. I'm from a startup based here in London called Koala. And our aim at Koala is really to create access to upper limb prosthetics all around the world to those who need it. I'm going to talk today a little bit about how we've taken our particular assistive technology innovation and our journey so far. We're very much still on that journey. To scaling that in the places that need it most, which turns out is pretty much every country in the world. So we're being ambitious. I'll talk about the innovation a little bit, but then I'll move on quite quickly off of it. But the problem really with upper limb prosthetics is that fundamentally they haven't really changed in design since, honestly, World War II. It's a rigid socket. You need a physical clinic to be able to fit them. You need fully trained prosthetists and clinicians to be able to deliver that service. Now, in places, most places around the world, they don't have enough healthcare resource to be able to provide that. And that's what we were trying to address when we were looking at, what can we do about this? So we have a soft socket, and the platform around that is a service that we want to get out to as many places around the world as possible. The soft prosthetic basically can be fitted really, really quickly. You don't need fully trained clinicians. And as assistive technology, it's something that we can offer in a decentralized setting. So it really lends itself to places with low resource healthcare facilities. Why do we want to do that? Well, we think we've got something really useful here, and there's a huge need for it. And really, we just want to empower people to be able to do the things that they love. So talking about upper limb prosthetics for people with either amputation or born with a limb difference. So we started in the UK, like I said, we're based here in London, but we quickly realized that because of the need that exists in a lot of other parts of the world relative to where we're based, we thought we would explore it and see if what we had was something that we could offer them. We quickly realized that there were a lot of barriers to access, and we just asked the question, if we've got something that can kind of break down those barriers, maybe we should start exploring that and talking to the people that are trying to do this already. So how do we do that? Well, it's really, really easy for us to dream big and think, okay, we've got something amazing here, we think. Let's try and scale this up really quickly. And that was quickly shut down. And actually what we have to do is start really, really small and get it right in different contexts other than our own where we designed it. And so that's what we tried to do. I'm going to talk about a specific project, but Koala is working in many different regions at the moment, from Sri Lanka Syria, Ukraine most recently, but also the USA and Europe. So we really think this is useful everywhere. But today I'm going to talk about Sierra Leone. I know there's a couple of Sierra Leoneans here, but we've been working there for about 2 years. And over the last, sorry, I had a picture, but it doesn't, it had a group of people, and it was the culmination of the last 2 years of getting all the stakeholders ready together in Sierra Leone to be able to deliver a first version of our upper limb prosthetic service. So I'll describe how we did that as a startup that really knows nothing apart from having an innovation that they think might be useful. We started with the network. It's a word that's floated around quite often, but the ability to be able to create or access existing networks for people that are already doing things in this space. So for us, we were looking at people that were working the prosthetics and orthotics space. Is really hard when you're a new organization and you've got this innovation. Who do you talk to? Where do you go? So for Sierra Leone, we just tried to find 1 or 2 people that were potentially working already in the prosthetic space or even just healthcare, maybe NGOs or charities. And we found one guy. His name's Dr. Abs. I'm going to give him a shout out because a few people know who he is. He's a big name in Sierra Leone in the disability community. He's an advocate, but he just has the most incredible network, and for good reason. So we found somebody. The point is not Dr. Abs. The point is that we found somebody that was able to just give us that next person, because we wanted to explore users, clinicians, NGOs, Ministry of Health. We need to be talking to all these people and saying to them, is this something, as in our innovation, is this something that would be useful? So that's what we started with, and we got a group of people, we got a bit of a network going, but there's only so much you can do from behind your laptop screen, and you really, like Tiggy was saying earlier, you just have to get out there, and you have to take your assistive technology or whatever it is that you're working on and just start showing it to people and just start asking questions, because you just will not know until you go to the local context. So for Sierra Leone, we got out there and we started fitting some users with our prosthetics. We always start with the users, but obviously the users, clinicians, policymakers, everybody's needs to be in the picture. But with the users, they're at the center of everything we do at Koala. So in Sierra Leone, we started with a pilot study. We fitted them with what we thought was an amazing, innovative, soft, comfortable prosthetic with these cool things that you can do stuff with on the end. And people said, yeah, I agree with you. It's comfortable. It's lightweight. I can do some stuff with it. That's really cool. And we were like, great, problem solved. And they were like, well, I'd never wear it though. And we were like, oh, okay. What do you mean you'd never wear it? Like, they said, well, I hate the way that it looks. Like, I would never wear this outside of my home. And we said, okay, that's a big problem, because you need to be able to use this in the community if we're going to start, addressing functionality for you. It's not just in the home environment. So they said, well, you need to listen to us, because actually there's a huge stigma here. And yeah, we thought it would be great if you could just not worry about the way that you look in the local community, but that's not the reality in a lot of parts of the world. Stigma exists. So we had to go back and redesign a prosthetic, make a cosmetic version, change the skin tone, give a cosmetic hand. And in addition, we gave our functional tools, which were the bits that look a bit funky, a bit like, oh, I'm not sure if I'd wear that. But if you give people both and you recognize the reality of, stigma persisting in the communities, then hopefully we can start to address that by getting people comfortable. But we can't jump straight to, or ignore that that's not there. So that's what we did. The users were a lot happier when we went back with the cosmetic example of a prosthetic. And as a byproduct, which we didn't know would happen, is the people that we were trying to convince to work in Sierra Leone, which are clinicians, prosthetists, people within the Ministry of Health, were really impressed that we had basically gone there, not just flaunted about our kind of innovation that was designed in London. Actually, we'd listened to people there and adapted the design and made it for the local context. And that's something that Koala does everywhere, whether it's California or Freetown. It doesn't matter. You have to just adapt and work in relevant to the local context. Again, we spoke to the clinicians. We needed to, in order to break down barriers to access in Sierra Leone and other places, you need to get not only the users on board, but the clinicians. And through that, with those two, you can basically start getting what a small service might look like for your assistive technology, building on what's already there, talking to the Ministry of Health as well, because now you have some success stories. And that's kind of where we are now. We've got a small-scale service in lots of different places, building off of a pilot. But really the question is, where's next? And I think now for us, it is the time to move on from the small-scale pilots and testing out parts of the service and scaling up. So scaling up is a really, really big question, obviously a common theme of a lot of the things that we all talk about in this room. But for a young organization like us, it's a bit it was a big question. We've got this we think we've got something useful. We've tested it. We've got all the people on board in the place that we're trying to deliver this service, but we've only done it for a few people, right? So how do we actually just go from that to delivering this to the thousands of people and the complete unmet need for us, for upper limb prosthetics, but I think it's applicable to all assistive technology. That's something we're trying to figure out right now. Really what you can get from your initial work on pilots and understanding the users is powerful stories, showing that your assistive technology is really empowering people to do things that they couldn't do before. In addition, we basically need to use those stories to talk to people that can, help us scale the problem. So who are they? That was a question I was asking myself for a long time. I think it's a blend of people. So for an organization like us, we're a company. So we're a for-profit company, but we're working in this setting all over the world, like I said. So going from this small scale to scaling up means that we need help to build infrastructure and help what's already going on in terms of healthcare resource, build capacity within in those countries. And if we can get help to build that, and the way that we sell that to the NGOs or the ministries of health is that if we can create a success story with upper limb prosthetics, then maybe you can do it with other types of assistive technology. But we're ready to go now, because I appreciate when I'm talking to people that you have hundreds of types of AT to get out. But let's get it right with one right now. So that's how we need to work with these people to build infrastructure, finance that, so that we can be in a place to deliver assistive technology at scale. In addition, if we can get that financed, we can basically bring down our manufacturing costs, because the ultimate aim really is to not rely on NGOs, although we do need to at the start, just in certain countries. But we want to get to a stage where we can roll out our assistive technology with the healthcare system that already exists in places like Sierra Leone. So by creating infrastructure capacity that can deliver it, bringing down our manufacturing costs through partners that can help us get to that stage, then hopefully locally people can continue delivering that assistive technology service in the future. So thank you very much.
Power of an idea to changing lives. So we have seen and heard two very impressive stories that have really made a significant impact, but a small dent on this planet so far. And there is a lot to do for both these young startups, for both these young organizations, to reach to many million people who still need an assistive technology but don't have that, who still need the training, the essential training to go out and about but don't have that yet. And when we talk about the ecosystem being ready to do it or not, well, we are the ecosystem here in this room, and it's as ready as we are. So we need to gear up and make these stories happen, make these powerful narratives come out, and kind of come together to bring this change. But there's one more interesting story coming all the way from Kenya now. We're going to try Bernard Chira once online, if you're able to kind of get him online with the.
We've got him online. There's just a bit of an issue with the audio coming from Zoom to the speaker.
Okay.
So I'm going to do a quick audio test. So see how that goes.
All right. So in the meantime, Bernard, if people don't know him, he's the director of the Innovate Now, kind of a GDI program that is running in Kenya that facilitates startups in East Africa. So we'll get to hear from him how the ecosystem has evolved over the past 5 years and what he sees the future for the next 5 years to be, if we can. Got the cue for the Q&A. So, any questions for our speakers? Maybe, would you like to come down for the questions? And Pete, also, we can have you back on the stage. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you so much for these wonderful innovations that you shared. My name is Israel Balogun. I'm a PhD student at UCL. I'm also a person with disability. We lived the experience. I had poliomyelitis at 9 months old, and I will be 49 very soon. My question goes to you. In reaching out to services to children with disability in schools, because this thing that you talked about, I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing it. I have classmates that we grew up with disability. Nobody ever told us how to use assistive technology. I mean, we just had to learn it by ourselves, adapt it, and go on. So how do you convince some of these children to embrace these services in the first instance? That's my first question. The second thing is this. Beside taking these services, there's what we call low self-esteem among children with disabilities. How were you able to add more skills for them to be able to adapt to the discrimination, the stigma, the low self-esteem that they do have among their contemporaries, to be able to face some of the challenges of living with disability among their peers without disability? That's my first question for you. I'm really, really happy with your innovation in Sierra Leone. I mean, it's an excellent thing, and I must commend you for what you're doing. I've worked in Sierra Leone. I know Dr. ABS very well. My question to you is this. You talk about scaling up, which is actually a major thing. The part I'm even happy with you is the user-led feedback that led to the improvement of your product. Have you thought about partnering with the private sector or government agency? I know Sierra Leone is not, it's more of a low-income country. They've just come out of civil war. Have you thought about that so as to go forward in scaling up? Because those ideas are very, very innovative, and I know of a lot of philanthropic organizations that want to support that initiative. That would be my question to you. Thank you so much.
So how do we get young people to engage in the sessions? Well, wheelchair skills are a fun thing to do. So we're in the sports hall. It's a very physical session. It's not. It's taught in a progressive way as well. So it'll be a demonstration. It'll be practicing. It'll start with simpler skills and building up to the more complex skills, the tougher skills. So everyone can start and everyone can see that progression in themselves. So you've got that feeling of success, building self-esteem through the progression as well. So they kind of ride that wave to test it out a bit more and test new things. There's lots of games involved, which I think, well, to be honest, it goes down well with adult sessions as well. You can use a lot of playground-based games and incorporate them into wheelchair skills because they use a lot of the basic movements. So whenever I go into a school I've been to before, I say to the kids, what game do you want to play? Without fail, it's always Bulldog. So I don't know if anyone's played Bulldog, but it's basically a game of tag. And the thing I like most about Bulldog is how quickly you can see the confidence raised in children. So I've done a lot of work in special schools, working with children with profound and multiple learning difficulties, and even children with limited vocabulary, we can get them in the center of the room, and they'll volunteer to do it, and then they'll do the start of the game, so they'll all go 1, 2, 3, bulldog, and it's such a small thing for what we might perceive as a small thing, but actually, you can see for them that it's a big thing and it takes a lot of confidence to do that. So making the sessions engaging, and the same for the classroom sessions as well. So I did a session on using public transport. So we got lots of pictures in there around different types of public transport, talking about experiences on public transport, and then we rearranged all the desks and the chairs, and we did a role play for buses, and we did a mock-up of a bus where one of the kids was a bus driver, and we'd open the doors and they'd practice going up this ramp and parking their wheelchair in the bus space. So we make it really engaging, and we want them to find it fun. And in terms of those wider skills that you mentioned as well, I'm at the very start of this now, and I'm using a couple of sessions that develop certain skills that I think have meant a lot to me and what I see are needed. But the very nature of this program is that once it's scaled up and scaled out, it's going to be a two-way conversation. I'm going to be listening to what people want and need, and then the program's going to naturally evolve and to include all those things that you said. Thanks.
Just before, I'll just add to one more point before we move to Nile. In one of the conversations that we are having, in talking about your second question about these understanding of the stigma and discrimination, we spoke about the involvement of parents as well in bringing them and getting them aware also about what is it to be a child with a disability, and to help them understand what they are actually, what children should be capable of doing by themselves. So I think that is also one conversation that we had.
Yeah, definitely. As well. I think making resources available for parents is really important as well, because these are the sources of information that children go to. But if they've had no experience of disability before, then they wouldn't know these things. So you need to take it back to the fundamentals of basic things around disabled life, because they may be getting all their information from medical professionals, but actually we need to be talking about things like the social model of disability and what life looks like. So it's about educating the entire ecosystem.
Yeah, I think the second part of your question was to do with partnerships and working with the private sector, with reference to Sierra Leone. So yeah, I mean, we're in the private sector ourselves. We do work with all sorts of different organizations. So like I said, NGOs, with governments, and with the private sector. So in Sierra Leone, not specifically is the short answer, but in different places around the world, we are looking at things like manufacturing. Can we manufacture in hubs or locally to reduce, because at the moment we manufacture in the UK because of the scale. But, working with, for example, in Sierra Leone, one of the parts of our prosthetic is a fabric cover. And you could work with local tailor shops and people that sew to be able to manufacture some of those. And we would reduce having to ship that, and we'd also be able to reduce the cost. So it's definitely something that we were always thinking about and partnering with people on. No worries.
Shall I? Yes. Okay. Great work. I'm Sujata Srinivasan. I'm from IIT Madras. I think, Pete, you've been in speaking to Justin and the Thrive team. So nice to meet you. And it's great work that you're doing. And it's really nice that you're catching them young, the wheelchair users in the schools. So I had a question. Is this something, the wheelchair skills training, is this something that's covered by the NHS? Does insurance pay for it? Like, what is the sustainability model for your business? How would you do that? And I'll come back to you also, Nia. It's a similar.
So wheelchair skills training isn't something that's currently offered by the NHS. you may get very small pockets delivering like one-off sessions maybe, or showing briefly how to use a wheelchair, but nothing that's done on a peer model. So people who have lived experience, and not something that is sustained enough to reiterate those messages and that learning as well. And the model that I'm looking to roll out is something that works with local authorities. The two things that I've wanted to make sure I have from the start is scalability and sustainability. And wheelchair skills, they don't have a financial return on investment, but they do have massive social return on investment. The confidence and the independence that everyone can gain will have massive impacts on the rest of their lives. So I want that investment from local authorities, and it doesn't take much once you get enough local authorities involved. So I'm partnering with a charity at the moment who already operates in that way. I'm looking to scale up in that method.
Absolutely, it's so essential, and it should be covered by insurance. It's something that should be an essential part of using an assistive device. Providing the training for it. So Niall, also wonderful work, and hardware startup is really, really hard to do for you to cross the valley of death and all that. Do you also do you have customers in the UK? Is that
Yes, we do. So because we're from the UK, the first biggest project that we did, the biggest project that we've done was called Project Limitless, and that was aiming to get a upper limb soft prosthetic to every child in the UK, something that we've got actually really close to.
Oh, that's great.
So we did start here, and we're not, only for children, it's for all ages. But so like I said, we have something that we think could be relevant everywhere. I think the same as yourself, actually. Like, this is something that is a need everywhere. So in terms of sustainability, creating a business model that's truly sustainable, I think, is a mixture of things. So it's working with the NGOs and the ministries of health in the low-income countries and conflict zones. But it's also working with healthcare providers like the NHS or private insurance in the States, things like that. Or just people purchasing directly from us. So we have quite a few different things in order to be a bit more resilient.
What are some of the challenges in terms of, I know connecting with NGOs and all that, but in terms of like certifications and things like that, have you encountered any challenges and how do you overcome them?
Slightly easier for us because we're in a Class 1 medical device. But still, we need to be certified. So we started with Europe and then America, so CE and FDA. But as we scale up in other countries, of course, we need to abide by the local medical regulations. So something that we just have to encounter.
Sorry for being rude. I know innovation can go for overnight and take days, and we can discuss this forever, but we don't want to be in the way for lunch. So let's get some food in our bellies and resume our discussions over there and after lunch. So break for lunch now. Thank you, everyone.
Hey everybody, so just for people in the room, lunch will be in the same place where we had our tea and coffee break earlier. So that's up on the 3rd floor. And we'll be coming back here for 2 o'clock for the start of our afternoon session. So please do join us then. Be rest assured we will be spending the next hour trying to fix every tiny technical detail that might have been a minor challenge at the start of the morning. So please do bear with us. Apologies for that. There's a lot going on. But we'll try and get it all up and running, and we really look forward to seeing you all at 2 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
What's up with the...
That's just plugged in. Thank you, Tiggy. There's a lot of problems going on. I don't think so.
icebreaker after the lunch break. We've got 15 minutes, so we're going to take you through a little bit of that. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have for myself or Michaela, either in the room or from the online audience. If you want to put any questions into the chat or the Q&A box, then we'll try our best to get to them. Okay, so I guess I should start, right? So the history of inclusive design is it's a considerable piece of work. It includes work of many great minds, activists, advocates, and of course designers from all around the world. But not to worry, I'm not going to go into the extreme history of the world of inclusive design. What I would like to speak to, and what we would like to speak to you about in this session, is the evolution of inclusive design here, in this place, in East London, for those of us who are here in the room. Yeah, and how that work is now spilling out beyond the confines of East London, and indeed London, and actually the UK. And also how inclusive design is pushing the boundaries of what it should be and can be. And Michaela is going to speak a bit more about where we're taking inclusive design now and into the future. So we usually start conversations about inclusive design with our own definition of it. So I thought I would start there. So this is by no means the only definition or the right definition, but it's our definition, which says that inclusive design can help all human beings to experience the world around them in a fair and equal way. So as was said at the top, you don't have to agree with that. In fact, if you disagree with it, great, come and tell me why. But that is our definition of inclusive design. And for me, really, inclusive design is about experience. It's about choice and independence. And fundamentally, it's design that puts people first. So I'm going to give you a very quick potted history of inclusive design from my point of view and from here in East London, and then I'll hand over to Michaela. And I'd like to start with the 2012 Olympic and Paralympic Games. This is the kind of games era to take you back to that moment in time. Hopefully, most of you are aware that the Global Disability Innovation Hub is intrinsically linked to the Paralympics, particularly of 2012. And so I'm going to take you back there. From the very beginning, the need for inclusive design was championed by key people, lots of key people, too many to name individually, but some, for example, were former UK Paralympic champions, people like Dame Tanni Gray-Thompson, people like Lord Chris Holmes. And they knew that an inclusive games required inclusive infrastructure. They had their own experiences from previous games where inclusive design had been little more than an afterthought. And this mission-led approach was then interconnected with an existing framework for delivery here in London, in the UK. The Greater London Authority, the GLA, had an access officer in post. They had the London Plan in place. They even had supplementary planning guidance specific to accessibility or inclusive design. And what the Games offered back then was an opportunity to raise the level of inclusive design delivery on all development across London, not just the Olympic Park and venues. So this commitment to inclusive design saw the creation of an access officer post within the Olympic Delivery Authority itself, the ODA. It saw the creation monitored to ensure they were implemented, including by me later. And you can download this document if you were interested for free on the GDI Hub website, disabilityinnovation.com. Now, one of the key decisions in London that supported inclusive design delivery was that the Paralympic Games would not come second. They were delivered, delivered through cumbersome overlay, add-ons, or special provision. The Games would be considered as one event, and venues would be designed from the beginning with Olympic and Paralympic use in mind, but also with legacy in mind from the very, very start, and that's an important point that I'll come back to. So having an inclusive games was only the beginning. The legacy was all anyone really cared about. As soon as the final note of those closing ceremonies was heard, everyone turned to legacy. And those original inclusive design champions knew that whatever impact inclusive design had in the summer of 2012 meant nothing if it didn't translate to sustainable change. And this brings me now to legacy.
the legacy mode. And that's where I personally joined this story. So the creation of a Paralympic legacy was unique to London. Previous cities spoke of Olympic legacy, but London was the first to invest in a dedicated Paralympic legacy. And our CEO, Vicky Austin, is going to lead a session about this tomorrow. So please do make sure you're here for that session, looking specifically at London's Paralympic Legacy programme tomorrow. But it was this Paralympic Legacy team, led by Vicky, that was responsible for delivering inclusive design of the built environment on the park and all the subsequent transformation and development that's happened around this part of East London. We were now the champions, and we now had a responsibility to deliver inclusive design. But we knew we had a very good foundation to build on. So we continued to push hard to keep this part of London a benchmark for good inclusive design. We adopted the Built Environment Access Panel, which still runs, as I've said. We revised, updated and made mandatory the inclusive design standards, which have actually been referenced in the London-wide plan as good practice. We did this, revised these in 2013 and again in 2019. You can get the 2019 version on the website. And those inclusive design standards became a benchmark document in their own right. What they did was to cherry pick the very best of existing good practice and have it in one place. But it also pushed the boundaries in certain areas. For example, they responded to the fact that the local demographic here in East London was 25% Muslim faith. So in terms of having multi-faith spaces, prayer spaces, place for ablution, orientation of toilets, that was factored into the design standards. They incorporated the need for change in places toilets for people who needed to lie down or get changed with assistance when going to the toilet. We have the highest concentration of those on the Olympic Park from the entire UK. They considered how and where people might charge mobility scooters, including in residential dwellings, and they incorporated dedicated areas for assistants and guide dogs to go to the toilet to get water in places where you may spend a long time, such as the stadium if you're watching athletics or at a concert. So that's the legacy kind of era, which brings us nice and neatly into the GDI Hub era, I guess. And one caveat, I guess, in all of this and in the work we're doing now is that you don't get everything right. So whilst this area, this part of East London, we do tours on inclusive design, but it's not to say everything's perfect. That doesn't exist. And you're always learning. But what we do now possess is a huge amount of experience and knowledge of actual delivery. And that's valuable. It's valuable to others. So this place, the park, the venues, and its subsequent development is actually our living lab. This is GDI Hub's living lab. We're based here and we work here. And so now with GDI Hub and through UCL, we're able to bring that inclusive design experience and knowledge into the international work that we do, and especially in developing countries, but also to help shape the next generation of designers and decision makers. So we've created our own inclusive design strategy, again, freely available on the website, go and get it. And that recognises the need for an inclusive process in order to yield inclusive outcomes, and it's what we call having a culture of inclusion. We also teach inclusive design on our master's programme, Disability Design and Innovation, taught here at UCL East, with the park, again, our living lab on our doorstep, which is an incredible asset, I think, for all of our students. We have the Inclusive Infrastructure sub-programme on 80-20-30 that we showcased this morning. I think if you missed it online, you can watch it afterwards. Which is learning from cities in developing countries, all of whom are here with us today, to support global action towards more inclusive cities, often where there are competing priorities and sometimes limited resources. So to hand over to Michaela, I guess, how has inclusive design evolved in those almost 20 years? I started studying design in 1998. I started to work on inclusive design in 2005, and I've been doing that ever since. So I like to think today it's better understood and better appreciated than it was before. I think that design for people, design for well-being is more mainstream than perhaps it was before. I think the diversity of disability, including neurodiversity, is better understood and incorporated than it ever was before. But as with everything we're speaking about over these 2 days, there's always much more work to do. So it is easy to talk about inclusive design. Implementation is often still lacking. Resource is needed, but the benefits are being seen in the good examples that do exist. So we've made progress. There's a lot of goodwill out there, but there is definitely much more that we can do. And to take us through what we've been doing most recently and now, and also the plans for the near future, I'll ask Michaela to say a few words.
Hi everyone, is that sound okay? Brilliant. Okay, so my original brief was to talk a bit about the intersection of inclusive design and climate change. But I want to step back a bit and talk about inclusive design in the context of global goals. So these are the things about the planet we live on and the challenges that we're facing, sometimes known as the Sustainable Development Goals, often just called the global goals. Climate change is arguably one of the biggest challenges that we're facing, but it's certainly not the only one. And we also know it intersects with a lot of other challenges that we're facing in our cities, in our communities, and we need to make sure that all of these embed inclusion. So too often we see that issues of disability and inclusive design are treated in silos, when in reality, they're cross-cutting through sustainable development. Whether that's talking about the regeneration of East London, as Ian's just talked about, or making heritage sites accessible and resilient in Varanasi in India. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to try and give you a few examples of why disability and inclusive design are cross-cutting issues for sustainable development, and if we have time, what we should do about it. So through 80-20-30 inclusive infrastructure, we've been trying to understand what the opportunities are for inclusive design in different contexts. And what we've realized through 3.5 years of research is that to make sure that inclusive design has impact where it's most needed, we need to know what inclusive design looks like in different contexts. So this is things like understanding how we can implement inclusive design in informal settlements, how inclusive design can support disaster resilience, or how inclusive design can help address basic needs and ensure basic access to infrastructure and services. These are all issues that need solutions to create genuinely inclusive cities. So to move then to speak more directly about climate change, if we don't integrate climate action in inclusion, or inclusion in climate action, we're going to leave people behind. So how is that going to happen, or why is that happening? I'm going to give you a few examples now. So there's a statistic that says that around 60% of the infrastructure we're going to have in the world in the year 2050 doesn't exist yet, which means there's going to be a lot of construction. We're going to build a lot of things in the next 30 or so years. And I think it's fair to say a lot of that infrastructure will be directed towards climate adaptation or climate mitigation or resilience in general. But will it be accessible? At the moment, I don't think we know the answer to that question. I know that myself and probably everyone in the room will want it to be accessible, but what can we do to make sure that it is? Time and time again, we see that interventions directed at climate action leave inclusion behind. So this is things like a storm drain being built alongside a path that doesn't think about step-free access or the hazard it might create for someone with a visual impairment, or a renewable energy solution like installing solar panels that might be harder to install on a building that's been constructed more informally, or that renewable energy solution might be less reliable for people who need a constant supply of energy. So this is things like having constant access to a lift or being able to run a ventilator. Another example I wanted to mention was about temperature. So our cities are heating up, and this is something that we know and we've seen in our research. This is a phenomenon which is called urban heat islands. It's making our cities harder places to live. As our apartments in cities become hotter, this is going to disproportionately affect some people. So to give an example, which, give me a minute, it might not make sense at first, I'm going to talk about air conditioning. So, how many people here in this room could afford air conditioning at home? It's certainly something that's not affordable or accessible for all of us. And if you're a disabled person who may have limited income, who may have limited access to work due to inaccessible environments, it may be difficult to afford to install something like air conditioning in your home. but it could be something that is essential to your comfort, health, and safety at home. For example, excess heat can cause interactions with certain medications. So in this case, we see that air conditioning could be a vital assistive technology for somebody. It could be a question of disability rights in the context of climate change. However, we also know that air conditioning is not particularly eco-friendly. So we need to be able to balance the needs of our changing climate with the comfort, safety, health, and well-being of all our people. We could also be designing our buildings better to stay cooler, but we also have to make sure that those interventions don't make our buildings less accessible in the process. So this is pretty complicated, and that's why I wanted to share this example, just to convey some of the contradictions that are in place between disability and climate change. But to end on a positive note, what I wanted to say is that we have an opportunity here and now to do things right the first time. So coming back to that 60% of infrastructure that's going to be built in the next 30 years, let's make sure that it's accessible from the get-go. And this is so that we fulfill human rights, we uphold the rights from the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, but we also use our resources in the best way. If we have to retrofit buildings, it's going to be more expensive, less effective, and use more resources that we don't really have to spare. So let's make sure that our inclusive design solutions are also low carbon, and let's do it now. So to end, coming back to our journey on 80-20-30 inclusive infrastructure, we didn't set out to contextualize accessibility and inclusion in cities with climate change in mind, but we now see that we can't look at the two separately. 3 of our case studies are located in Asia, the region most likely to be impacted by climate change. All our case studies are in cities which have a real opportunity to be hubs of innovation and be on the forefront of climate change innovation. We're also speaking to our colleagues working on assistive technology about how we can design more resilient ecosystems of AT across design, manufacture, use, and longevity. Now, hopefully some of the things I've shared are not news to all of you, and that's great. We're seeing more and more organizations engage in this work in recent years. But I wanted to end today by saying, really, for me, this is a call to action for all of us. Let's all make sure that we create a resilient future for our planet that's accessible and enjoyable for all of us. Thanks.
Thanks, Michaela. Great. I can maybe take 1 or 2 questions before we have to move on. If there's any questions in the room, you can let me know. Don't have to, it's okay. If there's any questions online, you can pop them in the chat box and you can let me know by text. We've got 1 question. Let's take 1 question. Gentleman at the back. You need this.
Hi there, so hopefully you can hear me. This goes back to Michaela more than anything, so more inclusive design on infrastructure when designing cities and outside cities. A lot of the building design is based on building regulations. So how do we work together as a global economy in designing the buildings of the future, I guess?
Thanks, that's a great question. I think as a global group of stakeholders, we're all responsible for advocating some really simple things that we kind of know the things we need to do to make our infrastructure more accessible and inclusive. It's just not always getting implemented. So we have building regulations, both often at a national level, but there are also international standards that we can use, which if those are implemented and done right, we're already making a reasonably good start. But what we need to do as a community of inclusive design practitioners, disability innovation practitioners, is advocate to make sure that that happens. And in the long term, I think you mentioned the sort of idea of the global economy. What we probably also need is a bit of a mindset shift to understand that if we build our infrastructure to be accessible and inclusive, it's going to be good for our economy. It's going to enhance well-being. It should contribute to creating a healthier, happier society that will be out and about using their city, spending money. But often the costs, the upfront costs, are still a real barrier, and I think it's for us to share that doesn't need to be the case.
Perfect. Okay, thanks, Michaela. So we're going to stop there. Sorry, but next questions you can get us at the end of the day. You can come and grab us. Thank you, Michaela. Thank you, me. I'm afraid you've still got me because I'm doing the little compare bit in between speakers now. So we're going to move on to our next session, which is, I believe, a pre-recorded presentation from Lizzie Smith, founder of Graditim. And Lizzie is talking about her entrepreneurial journey as a young person with cerebral palsy. So run VT, as they say.
Reason being, I left with 5 GCSEs, and they were a struggle to get, because like a lot of people.
So we will obviously try and get the sound working.
Or illnesses, the educational system isn't tailored to us. In conjunction with my ataxic CP, I had a number of cognitive delays, including mild visual processing, and my short-term and long-term memory. My short-term and long-term memory in particular were a particular hazard when it came to exams. I want you to imagine when your short-term memory is horrible, but your long-term memory is insanely good, and you sit down, you read a question, and your brain's formulating this amazing idea, and great answer, and you can see this like A-star thing, and then you go to put your pen to paper, and that small action makes it completely erase from your mind. That was what I went through at every exam, constantly. And I had 50% extra time, read or scribe, didn't matter. The small actions of creating the thought into a verbal response or moving my hand to paper were enough to remove the thought from my mind. The irony being is that I can now remember pages and pages of my math exam because my brain decided to shove that into my long-term memory. So, exams weren't tailored for my brain, like many others, but that didn't stop my love of learning. I decided to go down a BTEC avenue. I did a media BTEC in creative media production for a year, and I loved it. It re-sparked my love of learning and education. I went and did that after a year with a distinction to do art for 2 years. Loved it, left with distinction and 5 offers to go to universities and top universities around the UK. When I was at university, I immersed myself in the practicality of it. How can I adapt my skills and my way of viewing brain and to be a positive? And I made some of the best work I ever had. I don't think I'll ever make better work. As a fine artist, that was probably one of my shining moments. But I left having done international exhibitions. I left being an elected member of the student union. I left with a 2-1 and with so much promise and aspiration in entering the art world. Then I started to face more and more the discrimination and harassment and ableism that a lot of disabled individuals face in the career world, which I'd only faced in education prior. I was entering a world where getting a job with a physical disability was incredibly hard. And even though I knew my own limitations, on paper they would see the description of my disability, they would Google it, and they would say no. Which unfortunately I think is what a lot of us did face. And it's a hurdle even now I'm still trying to understand and move past and help be an activist against. But I finally managed to land a job in a boarding school. I did 2 years there. And what that did was give me the practical skills of working with people. I was both an academic aide and I worked as a house parent. I was able to work in this environment with teenagers and help with SEND needs and art needs and, you know, be the person they would come to if they had any pastoral questions. And it sparked my love of psychology more than the art degree ever did. You know, there's only so many times you could create an art piece that says, let's explore the mind. Whereas talking with individuals and listening and using those active skills really sparked my love and engagement of learning and education and psychology. And whilst that job had pros and cons, both on my physical and mental health, I left to go on and do my master's in psychology, which was something I never thought I'd do. I made sure to find a program that didn't have exams and was practical based, and used it to my advantage to work with my brain. And I graduated with my master's last year. And I remember I sat down and thought, I'm really proud of all these skills. I got a job in learning design that I love. But how can I use all of these skills that I've gathered in art and education and psychology and my own personal experience to create something that will help others in the future? And I remember I had this big question that came up, which was, if we went back to the beginning of where all of this started from, my love of education and questions, it was when I was a child, because I was inquisitive. And I'm a big believer of just because your health's changed doesn't mean that your inquisitive nature has. And I had parents who were supportive of this and doctors who were as well. So I was constantly asking questions. But I remember realizing in my big mind map, there were no tools available for parents and children in conjunction to talk about disability and illness, and not just in a singular product, you know, pamphlet, self-help book, but the number of conversations that are kind of come along. In fact, that's what I wrote my dissertation about, was the parent-child relationship and health as a factor. And one of the big things we realise is that a parent's mental health, the big thing we realise is that a parent's mental health and a child's health are both affected by how we handle the information from a young age. And here, we'll probably tell you this. When you have a kid and you want them to be happy, as they grow up, you will constantly worry about them. Adults, you worry about them. Weight is also a lot heavier when you have more complex needs. It turns into quite significant mental health. So we wanted to create that not only included both parent and child and was centric around both of them, and helped their mental health, helped encourage conversation between them at pace, with tools that parents could use to help explain what was going on. So Graditon, the company I created, we create staggered children's picture books that explain disability and illness-related news to children under the age of 5. And this can go from diagnosis, hospitalisation, treatment, to remission, or recovery, management, palliative care. We want to make sure that the resources are available to include both parent and child, and that's where I think innovation needs to continue to occur. I had a meeting with an advisor who was genuinely thrilled by the fact that our company has no competitors. And I remember I said, no, well, actually I would really like there to be some competitors. And he looked shocked and he said, just because you're a competitive person? And I said, well, partially, but mainly because by having other competitors out there, it means that other people are realising the problem. And more people are trying to find ways to push through the problem and come up with answers. And at the end of the day, yes, I'm a business owner, but I am a person who's self-reported. I'm a disabled individual. I've had parents who have to raise a disabled individual. And I know when they have questions about my disability, and I want tools to be able to explain appropriately what's going on. Their mental health won't affect my mental health thought and encourage us. Which is, I think, advancement and innovation around learning and health resources and education need to occur. Thank you.
Okay. The audience, yeah, exactly, yeah. So obviously 1 or 2 technical hitches there, so bear with us while we sort them out, but hopefully you were able to register most of the content from Lizzie's presentation. So thank you to Lizzie for submitting that. It's my pleasure to introduce to the stage Fernando Botelho from UNICEF. And Fernando is a good friend of ours and is going to talk about assistive technology, what's missing and why aren't we there already. So without further ado, I'll give the microphone to Fernando.
Thank you so much, Ian. Hello, everybody. It's a true pleasure to be here. I'm Fernando Botelho. I'm program specialist at UNICEF. I'm based in New York normally at headquarters. And I will not talk about UNICEF today. There's some other interesting stuff I want to share with you. So just don't tell my boss. Before joining UNICEF, I had a 13-year intensive course on humility, or what you might also know as having a startup. And my objective back then was, hey, I want to improve the educational opportunities and income generating opportunities for persons who are blind, more specifically 40 or 50 million of them. So it didn't quite work out that way, and I had a lot of time to think about why. And kind of the most immediate reaction you get is, hey, maybe your goal was a little too ambitious. And I thought a lot about that because goals, in my opinion, have to be inspiring. So was that really the problem? I read about a case, and we'll get out of AT and we'll come back. I read about a case of Paul O'Neill. O'Neill was a CEO of a company called Alcoa, Aluminum Company of America, or aluminium, as you guys would say. And this was back in the late 80s, early 90s. He came in and shocked everyone that was expecting to hear, hey, we'll maximize profits, cut costs, so forth, so forth. And instead of saying that kind of stuff, he said, we are going to bring accidents on the job to zero. And nobody really understood him. The stock price went down, and for quite a few years, this was a fairly painful process. They already had very good levels of safety compared to everybody else in their industry. And what happened? When you have a very bold, ambitious goal like that, and you're taking it seriously, you really have to rethink everything, the way you do everything, the way you train your employees, the way you collaborate, the way you work with unions, the way you compensate people, the manuals, the instructions, the equipment, the production process, and that's what they did. So that's ambitious. Some people would say fantastic or not realistic objective. Well, that quintupled, whatever the word is, multiplied by 5 the revenues of the company, multiplied many times the profits. It was a tremendous success. It took a few years, but it was an enormous success. So when I think about my own ambitious, bold, inspiring objective, I don't think that was the wrong part. There might be a mismatch between my understanding of the objective and where I fit in it, but the objective was the right thing to do, to have it ambitious. There's a word for that, and it's called obliquity. Yes. So why do you need an objective that is oblique to what otherwise people would assume you want to accomplish? So you want to accomplish higher profits. Why do we have to worry about people? You want to have, a long-term, long-lasting, major industry player, very successful. Why do you have to worry about bold objectives like, we're going to colonize Mars? And the reason is that people do not get inspired by improving profits by 20%. Nobody is impressed if you want to reduce unemployment by 3%. Everybody needs an ambitious, an inspiring, a worthwhile goal so that they can really think through what do they need to do best, how do they rethink the way they do things. Now, what does any of this have to do with assistive technology? Well, assistive technology, generally speaking, is really not the issue, is it? It's really the platform. Wheelchairs work really well. The problems are the steps. Computers are amazing. They speak these days, they do all kinds of stuff. But if the website is not designed appropriately, that becomes a real issue. Now, you'd think that this is new, but it's not. This has been taking place after every single major switch of technological platforms. So when people went from mainframes to microcomputers, from microcomputers with text interfaces to graphical user interfaces, from GUIs to the web, from the web to Web 2.0, from the usual websites to social media, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, whatever becomes fashionable and takes over the marketplace and the environment where we work and live and socialize, that platform starts by being inaccessible. Big shocking news, we're not a priority. As an example, a major internet company took 7 years after they launched to create a team to deal with accessibility. 7 years in internet time, that's an eternity. Yeah, in other words, they had to conquer the market. They were already the top destination online before they started worrying about persons with disabilities. Now, I'm not even going to mention the name because, it would be fun to hate it altogether. But it's kind of silly to hate them because everybody else is doing the same thing, right? So I think what we really need to do is to change the equation. Change it so that systematically it makes sense. It makes sense for those who want to be profitable and have companies that are long-lasting. Makes sense to give accessibility priority. Make it accessible by default, not afterwards with all kinds of gimmicks and reformatting and reconstruction of whatever structure you had to then make it accessible 7 years or however many years afterwards. How do we do that? Well, why don't we go back to obliquity? Now, what could be an inspiring objective for us to have, an inspiring objective for any industry leader to have. Do you want to maybe have the highest satisfaction rates, the highest loyalty of any company in your industry? Well, that would require a very close understanding and a very close relationship with every one of your customers. It would require us to use the types of technologies we are using today to manipulate elections or track people in everything they do, to, instead of being invasive, to have a high quality relationship with millions of people through technology. It would require maybe a OODA loop. You may have heard of this before. OODA, observe, orient, decide, and act. So every time you get a complaint, you act on it. You think it through, you decide what to do, you implement the changes in the code. If it's a digital company, you implement the changes in the training and everything else if you're not a digital company, and you act on it. And you do that a few million times, and before you know it, you're going to be at the top of your game. And you're going to be ahead of everybody else. Because if you're doing this OODA loop, observe, orient, decide, and act, you're doing it with technology, you're doing it efficiently, you're doing it consistently and continuously, you're going to be ahead of everybody else in your industry all the time. And guess what? You cannot have the highest satisfaction rates, the best sales, the best anything in your industry if you don't take into consideration persons with disabilities. So why don't we have an inspiring objective to actually be a company that changes the world, or at least changes its world, the world of its customers? Because if that's your goal, you're going to have to implement a really efficient system to listen and have actual conversations with your customers in large scale. And you're going to do it including persons with disabilities. Now, that's just an example. There's so much more we can do. Whether you call it obliquity or wisdom, the idea here is for us to make accessibility a reality by default. And if we do it in any meaningful way, in a large company, in a medium-sized company, in a way that becomes visible, becomes the envy of its competitors, everybody else is going to go and emulate them. And that's how you get change in a way that is sustainable. The next platform that comes along, whether it's AI-based or smartphones or wearables or whatever it might be, it hopefully will be accessible from the start. Would that advice have helped me? Well, maybe I would not have taken 13 years to learn my lessons, but we'll never know. Thank you very much. Yes.
So I imagine we may have one or two questions for Fernando. So I'll open the floor here, if that's okay. If you would like to indicate to me if you have a question for Fernando, we can come to you with the roving microphone. Yes.
Yeah, earlier a guy with wheelchair skills talked about I couldn't make money from the NHS or something. In the case of wheelchair users, from business perspective, if you can create value for the company or save cost for the company, wouldn't that be equate a business because you are doing a favor for them?
Yes, saving costs, improving the efficiency of a company is the best way to win the businessman's heart. But I think the problem is never, we're against saving. I think the equation that business people and people outside of business have difficulty with is saving it right now and immediately, or saving it over time. And do you want to improve your efficiency by 10% now, or by 40% over 2 or 3 years, or however long that might be? So that's usually the trick. In the business sector, there is a lot of pressure to have immediate results. whereas society as a whole needs solutions that are a little more long-lasting and a horizon, a decision horizon that is further down the road, because otherwise you have a mismatch. You have cost savings that have a nice result financially in the immediate term, but do a lot of damage to society or people or the environment in the medium to long term. So that's the challenge.
Thank you, Fernando. We have one more question down the front here. Yep, I'll give you the mic.
Thank you, Fernando, for your wonderful presentation. My name is Israel. I'm also a person with disability, but I would like to ask this question from you. You know, more than 80% of persons with disability are in low and middle income countries. And how do you convince some of those businesses, like, to be inclusive, to factor in persons with disability? The first thing they will tell you is this: what's the value? Why do we need to include them? We've not taken care of the general population. Why do you think they should include us?
Thank you so much for that question. I think it has to be a sales process, right? Now, imagine yourself, of course, we are all here very familiar with disabilities and with the talent that exists in our community. But when you think about business people, your average business person or your average person in general does not have much experience with persons with disabilities. Or they may have, but not in the context of business. So you want to make it easy for them to take that risk. There are two ways that I think that come to mind immediately in my case. And one is internships, right? You need to make it very low risk for them to get to know you and your talents, so that then they will jump at the opportunity of hiring you afterwards. So let's convince those business leaders to give, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, whatever time duration it might be of an internship, to give you a chance to show them what you're capable of. So that's one. The second thing that comes to mind is, in businesses, you know what works, you do what works. You don't mess with what works. But sometimes persons with disabilities need to combine pieces of 2 separate jobs differently, right? So if you have to do A, B, and C in one job, D, E, and F in another job, sometimes you want to combine, have one person do A, C, and F, and the other person do B, D, and E. Because, one of those activities involves seeing fine print, and you happen to be blind like myself, and, that's not very convenient. Or the equipment is not as productive and efficient at letting you do that, and whatever reason. So you analyze, you get people that are positive, are willing to take at least small risks, and see if you can design a job around your strengths so that you can show how competitive you are, and you're going to be hired in no time. Well, in 9 to 10 months.
Perfect. Thank you. A round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Fernando. And I'll take you back. Just straight ahead. Perfect. Okay, so I think in a slight change to your printed programs, we're going to move into the session with Kathy. Is that right? Kathy Holloway, who we all know very well, and Anna Landry, one of GDI Hub's PhD students, to discuss a session looking at what fails and what's not needed, titled Disability Dongles. You can have
Hi everyone, I haven't introduced myself yet, but I'm Vicky and I will introduce myself shortly in the second part of this session. I just wanted to let people have a little bit of logistical information. So having just followed Fernando's amazing talk, I've observed, orientated, decided and acted. And unfortunately, due to the technology not being possible, it's not working, or at least if it works, it's not showing up the subs and the signing. We don't want to proceed with inaccessible content. So we have cut the rest of that session for today, because sessions in the room are working well. So we'll move to this session as Ian just said. What that means for you guys is you get to go to drinks an hour earlier if you're in the room. If you're online, we're going to finish about an hour earlier, and overnight we'll decide what we're going to do about that in time for tomorrow. So just to give you a little bit of pre-warning and explanation, and thanks for the order, which really helped.
Fernando is ever helpful. Come on, Yogi. Yes, this way. Good boy. So, Anna has come with her chair. I have found my chair. We're all good. Chairs are here. Charity. So, welcome. I'm Kathy Holloway. You already know me.
I'm Anna. I'm a PhD student at GDI Hub.
Let's clap. I fully... Things are not working. So in interlude, we shall look at Yogi Bear. I find that in all stressful moments, the best thing to do is to look at Yogi Bear. Yogi, come here and say hello. Yogi, what do you know about captioning? Do you know anything about captioning? No, he doesn't know anything about captioning. He is unable to caption. For those of you that don't see Yogi, Yogi is a apricot, would we say? Apricot poodle? What would you say?
Browner than apricot.
A little browner than apricot. A light beige. You can't call my dog a light beige. We're good to go. Okay, we can stop talking about Yogi Bear because we're good to go. So Anna, back over to you.
Yes, so in this session, we're going to be talking about... Is my mic on? Yes. Yes? Okay. We're going to be talking about... No, it's not.
No, hang on. We can
always pass back and forth.
There you go. Try now.
Thank you. I'm trying now. Is it working?
Yeah, it's on there.
Amazing. So in this session, we're going to be talking about, unfortunately, rather frequent failure in the area of disability innovation, which is summed up by the concept of disability dongles. And disability dongles was a term coined in 2019 by Liz Jackson to draw attention to the phenomenon of design and engineering students and practitioners creating innovative disability solutions that disabled people don't actually want or have use for. So some things that come to mind that we will in fact talk about are things like stair climbing wheelchairs, are things like exoskeletons. There's an interesting case of some haptic shoes. And they're often very well intended and often elegant looking, but fairly useless solutions to problems that disabled people didn't know we had, because often we don't have them. And one of my favorite ways that Liz, who coined this term, talks about them is that disability dongles are contemporary fairy tales that appeal to the abled imagination by presenting a heroic designer protagonist whose prototype provides a techno-utopian solution to the design problem. So we're going to talk a bit about why this is harmful, some case studies, and what we can do to avoid them.
Brilliant. So one of the additional features of a disability dongle is the idea that you might actually create something that disabled people that we want. However, it gets as far as a prototype stage. You win an award. You get lots of accolades. Your LinkedIn profile goes sky high. Everybody wishes to connect with you, and then nothing happens. It doesn't come to market. We never get to use the device. We simply get to look at a poster or a 3D print of a device. And that is really annoying. And sometimes it's not the designer's fault, right? They've worked with disabled people. They've done all the hard work of figuring out what we need. How is it going to come? How can they fill our need? What is it they're going to do? And then they go through iterations, lots of iterations, and they finally produce a great design, but they have no one to help them get it to market. So we're not blaming necessarily the designers. We're simply saying that we'd really, really love it if people answered questions that people actually had, and then we got together to bring those solutions that we like to the market.
And the reason they're known in the community as disability dongles is because the dongle that you use for your laptop, for instance, is an adapter, and these devices are adaptive, and both are created to often make their subject or their user compatible with a normative system to create that connection. And so we also want to be asking, no matter what we are creating, are you creating accessibility for someone, or are you trying to make them fit into an existing system? Are we looking at collective, or are we looking at individualized systems of access? Because you could get someone up some stairs by building them a $30,000 stair climbing wheelchair, or we could build a ramp, which is going to be far cheaper and enable access often for far more people. So it's looking at factors like that.
And so, shall we go into some examples?
We shall.
We shall. So I'm going to put my hand up here. I have created disability dongles. In my earlier years as a PhD student, I spent a very, very, very long time investigating the biomechanics of wheelchair propulsion. Now, I think I've done my penance. I have been at comedy gigs where I have been picked on, thanks to ex-partners, who would say, oh, no, she did a PhD in wheelchairs. And everybody knows what a wheelchair is. So then comedian would say, oh, what's your PhD about? And I would say, well, my PhD is about, because at that time I was very proud of this, how hard it is to push a wheelchair on slopes. And they would say, it's a chair with wheels. Has it really taken you 4 years to figure that out? And I would say, well, I didn't say the next bit. I knew I'd lost a battle. But I would have said, well, there's a Stanford model of the shoulder, but I've improved it. I've got a much better model, let me tell you. But eventually, people like Pete that you met today, I got the great pleasure of meeting people like Pete Donnelly. And the more I met people who were actual wheelchair users, the more I realised nobody cares how much force is going through their shoulder. Literally nobody. Maybe the odd Paralympian, if they thought it was going to improve a fraction of a second. But the average person really couldn't care less. And it was one of the incentives, actually, to leave that world behind and to come to GDI Hub. So should I pass back to our on-screen examples?
I don't know if our on-screen...
Are our on-screen examples able to come on screen? If not, no, we're not doing on-screen examples.
That's fine.
That's good.
What we had on our first slide for people's reference was a headline from a disability satire publication that you should all check out.
Oh, it's working.
Oh,
woohoo!
Yes. Can we go back to the first slide? It's really funny.
If we could go back to the first slide before we get to exoskeletons and haptic shoes.
Amusing and pleasing.
I do think that's an Arduino, though. It's a LilyPad Arduino, which is a nice bit of kit.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, go for it. Work the squeaky wheel.
So this is the Squeaky Wheel. It's an entirely disabled, written and run satire publication. And this is one of their headlines, which is, Man solves problem no disabled person actually has with unaffordable invention.
Woohoo!
And the image description for this is it has a tech bro looking dude with like a board, and he's pointing at it and is very proud of his unaffordable invention.
And there were a lot of these, right? There were a lot of unaffordable inventions. We have seen many of them try to come to market and fail. But shall we move on to the second one, or do you want to?
No, let's move on to the second.
Let's move on to the second.
I want to hear Kathy talk about exoskeletons.
She just wants to mock me further.
It's so funny.
But I can promise you that each and every PhD student I've ever had seems to be the happiest when mocking me. So the second one is an exoskeleton on the right-hand side, I believe. Yes. I'll do my best to image.
And if you'll look closely, if you can see it, the man in the exoskeleton is climbing 2 or 3 steps, and in the background is a ramp up those 2 or 3 steps.
It's a fantastic photo. So this is where I give a little interlude about my exoskeleton research. So many, many years ago, I did do some exoskeleton research. That's where I met Ben Oldfree, actually. Oh. And at the time, it wasn't my grant, but at the time we were tasked with seeing if we could make some soft robotics. So could we make some soft robotic solutions? And there are some, I will say, good applications of exoskeletons. An example would be if you have a spinal injury between your lumbar spine 6 and 7, you might be able to put your hands out but you're not able to contract them. And that makes it very difficult for you to independently transfer. So it could be quite interesting to make a material that would just allow you to have that one-dimensional degree of freedom that would do that. However, we also thought we'd look at exoskeletons had just made it to the market, right? And I was working at the time at the Royal National Orthopaedic Hospital, which is up at Stanmore, and built a biomechanics lab there. Because, as I said, I liked biomechanics at the time. And some people, I won't mention the company's name, but they came to the NHS and they wanted to trial using an exoskeleton as part of research, right? And we thought, oh, we have to have a look at this. So, and in fairness, there was always one person. And normally, it's a person who's very recently had a spinal injury and is still would maybe like to walk. All research after 2 years of any spinal injured patient basically says they couldn't care less about walking. Most spinal injured patients, the primary things they'd like to research is anything to do with going to the toilet and anything to do with having sex. Those things they really care about. Walking, not so much, right? But at the time, this exoskeleton company comes along, as we go to see it. It turned out, this wheelchair user, it took 45 minutes for this wheelchair user to get into the exoskeleton. Now, the average NHS appointment for physiotherapy is 45 minutes. Right? So in your session, you could get into the suit. But we do have, and I haven't shown it, but I'll put it on YouTube later, or on Twitter later, Julia Barbareschi and I decided we would try and measure the biomechanics of this suit. So we got Julia into the suit because we couldn't get ethics in time for a wheelchair user to get into the suit. And we have Julia moving incredibly slowly on a treadmill, right? And what we learned was that basically the exoskeleton couldn't rehabilitate you. It could move you really slowly, but actually it had no functional ability whatsoever to rehabilitate your muscles. And ridiculously, that is one of my most highly cited papers in academia. To this day, I cannot get away from exoskeletons. If you go to Google Scholar, I think in the top 3 papers are the 2 interludes I had in exoskeletons.
Because non-disabled people love an exoskeleton. We're not sure why, but they really do.
They really do.
They really do. And it's not to say that this is inherently bad and no one should be allowed to research or use an exoskeleton if it does become usable, if it does become feasible. But it's worth asking the question, why are so many non-disabled engineers obsessed with researching this, putting money and funding and time into researching this over many of the other things that disabled people are actually asking for? And that would provide a much more holistic, cheaper sense of access. And the other image on this is a haptic shoe. And the haptic shoe was created by a company who noticed that white canes used by blind and visually impaired people had not changed very much in 100 years. So that was their problem statement. And so another thing that we should be thinking about is, what is the problem you're trying to solve? And has a disabled person told you that they have that problem? And this isn't to say that white canes are perfect. You know, certainly there are issues with blind and visually impaired people, particularly, not being able to get a sense of obstacles above where the cane is. But the haptic shoes were not solving this. They were just doing the same as the cane, detecting obstacles at a very low level on the ground, but doing it worse. You had to charge the shoes. Sometimes they didn't detect right. They didn't fit everyone. It was a whole thing. And so again, a disability dongle. And they were extremely expensive as well. They never went to market. Yeah.
I think one of the things I noted when the image was up there, that it's an Arduino LilyPad bit of kit. And one of those things is that electronics, how to make things, has become easier. And as an educator in STEM, and in science, technology, engineering, and maths, that's brilliant. That's absolutely fantastic. It means I can go to any school, pretty much anywhere, and people can afford to make things. I think the downside is that means that everybody and their mothers and their fathers and their grandmothers and their grandfathers now think they can invent things. Right? And they can invent things, and that's good, right? Because we do need more solutions to problems. We just need people to ask the right questions first. So we move on.
And yeah, disabled people, to reiterate that, there are so many problems to solve. And we would love help solving them. I have a sweatshirt that I sometimes wear to GDI Hub that just says, Houston, we have so many problems. So the problems are there. I just wish the people who had this knowledge, who sometimes are disabled themselves, and we should be having more disabled innovators and designers. I also don't want to say that those who aren't disabled or who don't have a particular lived experience of disability shouldn't be entering this field. Absolutely they should, and be jumping on board to help solve these problems. But just, you know, chatting with us first a bit.
A little bit. We're not too scary. Shall we move on to the next slide?
Please.
Drum roll. Ooh.
So now we'll talk about how to avoid some of those problems. And what we have up here are two photos. One is Tassilia, made by Tiggy, who's here somewhere. And Tiggy created a really amazing device that I'm going to let you explain. It's really technically complex, and I'm a political scientist. But what Tiggy did that really is important is he went to blind students in low resource contexts and asked them about their experience in education, about the challenges they were having, and went back to them again and again when designing Tassilia. And the other image that was up there are spikes on the handle of a wheelchair that a lot of disabled people have innovated and designed and used so that strangers stop grabbing onto the handles of their chair and trying to push them without consent. So I think they're called like consent spikes or something. So again, solving problems.
Solving problems. And I hope Tiggy won't mind me saying that when he first applied for a PhD, I met him in India at the Enable Makeathon, which we ran with the ICRC when we first started GDI Hub. And then he wrote to me and said, I really want to apply to UCL for a PhD, and would I be a supervisor? And his proposal was on exoskeletons. And I thought to myself, I'd met this young man, and I thought, he's good. He's really good. It's the wrong problem, but he's really good. So I'll support it. We haven't got time to change it. And it got accepted. The UCL funding that he got awarded, the Commonwealth Fellowship Scholarship that he got, was awarded for that. And I gave him, I think, 3 months to come back and convince me that anybody who used a wheelchair wanted an exoskeleton. And if he could find those people, I'd be really, really happy to support us doing a project on exoskeletons. And after a few months, he came back and went, I've been thinking about changing to visual impairment. I've been in schools in India when I was home, and I've realized that it's a real problem. You know, people, because it is quite an interesting problem. If you ask people young children in India to draw, for example, a tree, they'll often draw a circle. And if you ask them, like, why is that a tree? When we've done research with them, the one girl was explaining to me that the reason it was a tree is because she always hugged the tree. So she hugged the tree on the way to work. So her perception of a tree was that. And she didn't have an image to see a tree. So as far as she was concerned, that's what a tree looked like. And of course, it did look like a circle to her. And so Tassilia, the device, was co-designed with hours in schools, trying to understand how do people learn, how do children learn, how does the dynamics of group interactions work, and also how stretched are the teachers, which are generally very stretched. And there are new devices, tactile interfaces that can do this. One company's just got an awful lot of money from Apple to do a tactile interface. But those devices retail at about $20,000. And the reason they're so expensive is that the way tactile interfaces are generally made is, imagine a motor, a small motor, and that generates a little pin being pushed up, goes up. And so now let's say you need 1,000 of those. You need 1,000 motors. And in each motor, there are a number of parts. And so the complexity of the design doesn't scale. It gets just as expensive. The bigger you go, the more expensive it is. And what Tiggy spent a long time doing, and in his PhD viva, he had this moment where he realized this eureka moment was a Post-it note on his desk. And he then tried to recreate the Post-it note in a shape memory alloy, which was nitinol, and has now got to the stage where he can individually heat these. This is one sheet of metal that has little cuts in it, like Post-it notes, and he has a little motor that goes around, or heater that goes along, and is able to heat it. He's also invented a little printer using the old CD lasers, And the laser, you can give it an image, it will pixelate the image, and it will automatically print you a photograph, a tactile image of that device. So it was great. And it did initially come from exoskeletons, but from that journey of speaking to people and finding out what the real problem was.
And Tiggy hasn't stopped there. Now
You can't stop Tiggy.
Yeah, he's thinking about how to actually get this into people's hands.
Yeah,
so
and
it
he
can
won
be used.
he won the Innovator of the Year award just Friday.
Yes.
Friday, which is UK. Yeah.
So, moral of the story, be like that.
Be more Tiggy.
Be more Tiggy. Be more koala. I was
Be
really
more koala.
impressed with our friends from Koala who were talking about the importance of context. So much of these designs really does depend on context in a way that some people are not including in that process.
And I'll just mention one thing that Tiggy's involved with, but so are our friends at IIT Madras and IIT Delhi. Coming very soon will be an AT Innovation Portal. And in that portal, people will be able to see statements from disabled people or persons with disability about what's needed, but they'll also be able to see what's already on the market. Because the other thing is that sometimes people don't realise this solution already exists in a different geography, or doesn't realise that there are other people they could be collaborating with in another country. So very soon, thank you to UK Aid and the 80-20-30 programme and to the NCAT in India, we'll be bringing that on live, which will hopefully help to get rid of disability dongles.
Yeah. And if that all doesn't convince you, the fact that it's a good thing to do, the fact is that disabled people are getting a lot savvier about calling it out. So more and more often when it's often larger tech companies who release something not so useful, potentially for brownie points, disabled people are getting more rehearsed and better at saying, actually, no, this isn't acceptable. And we see what you did, and we see that you didn't talk to us. We see that you're advertising it, but not getting it into people's hands, and people are getting called out. I think that's something positive and you know, adds some stick to the carrot and stick equation, which is good. And with that, I think, do you want to start closing, Kathy?
Yeah, no, I can close. I was going to just see if anybody had any questions or comments first, if that's okay, if we've got time. There seems to be a few hands. Okay. Oh, and Fernando at the front as well at some point.
Hi, my name is Sheila. I really think it's great that you bring up the concept of contextualization, and maybe this is me throwing it out to the entire population here that is working on disability and innovation. In the African space, you find that, and this, anyone could debate me from a science perspective, but I feel that in spaces like the UK, as soon as you're born or as soon as they know you're going to have a disability, it's almost like there's a level of existing access to AT. In the African space, that doesn't happen majority of the time. And you get to interact with assistive technology maybe later as you get older. But I feel on a basis of contextualization, has innovation, because there's all this assistive technology that's coming up and is being sent to Africa, whether on charity or whatever, but to not have assistive technology means that adaptively you physically develop different. But then the technology that is coming, the AT that is coming, doesn't factor the fact that adaptively some problems have been solved with a population that doesn't have access to AT. And so you bring a wheelchair or a prosthetic limb that otherwise slows me down because physically I have adapted to the fact that I did not have it. These people have built muscle, more upper body strength because you did not have access to the AT. And then this brings me to the point of contextualization in a sense of, does disability innovation factor in the context of developing nations as is the Africa space? Because we have had situations whereby you donate this amazing technology and it's completely unrelatable, one. Two, slows down the person and makes them less efficient. And three, amazing chair. If I have any issue where there's a breakdown, the technology is so specific that we have what we call a graveyard of AT. I use it for the short time that you gave me. Thank you very much. And once it's messed up, we throw it in the backyard somewhere. So does AT contextualize that aspect of it?
There's a lot there. Do you want me to start?
Yeah,
Anna?
go ahead.
So I think with the context, you're absolutely right. Vast majority of assistive technology that's designed for one context may or may not work in another context. Some things do. I mean, a white cane works mostly, no matter where you get off a plane. I would argue that Anna's wheelchair would struggle in Kibera, for example. Right? We'd probably get a little bit stuck somewhere along the way. Now, there has been historically a charity-based model, and that has been very problematic. It's filled a gap, but it's also been problematic in getting the governments to take responsibility for filling that gap, right? Because you're a government and you've got a lot of different competing priorities, and that one's sort of being sorted by somebody. And so how do you come in? So one of the things we've been trying to do is support local innovators in Kenya in particular. We're beginning to do some work also in Rwanda and in Ghana, and actually in South Africa. But trying to support the ventures to scale. Now, I always laughed when we started the 80-20-30 program, because I thought to myself, it's really hard to get assistive technologies to market. And we're now being asked to see what works and doing it in Africa, where it's really hard to get things to market anyway, because you've got more challenges. We have supported about 48 ventures, and a few of them are beginning to scale now. But one of the biggest challenges has been that user-based design in country, that contextualization, followed by enough evidence and support. And that valley of death, in the entrepreneurial world, we have this valley of death. We've got a great idea. People normally back you. They give you £10,000 prizes. You keep going. But you really need probably about £500,000 to begin to scale, realistically. And so all the £10,000, I keep calling it life support. I wish people would cut it off. I wish, honestly, you just make the difficult decision, either invest or stop investing, right? These poor young entrepreneurs are spending 5, 6, 7 years not actually being given the real opportunities to scale, whilst constantly being dangled with the potential to scale, which I think is unfair. We, along with others, are going to launch an impact fund soon, and we hope to trial a very small number and see how we make that work. But a second point that you raised was the graveyard of ATs, and I'll just say something small about that before maybe handing over to Anna. Tomorrow, Ben Oldtree will lead a session, which is based mainly with our Nepalese partners on the circular economy of assistive technology. Now, Norway manages to reuse 66% of its assistive technology. In the UK, I can get a wheelchair. I can ring a friend of mine in the NHS and I can get a wheelchair for free, nearly all the time. And the reason for that is because wheelchairs are not reusable within the National Health Service at the moment. And the minute they're returned, the serial number is filed off so that the NHS can't be sued if anybody decides to use it, and they're just put somewhere. I don't know where all the crutches go. I really don't know where all the crutches go.
I saw a photo on Twitter a few months ago of a giant dumpster with NHS crutches in it. So there.
Honestly,
That's
we
where they are.
could build
Yeah.
skyscrapers with abandoned crutches.
Yeah.
But we are beginning to look in the UK. Mark Miodovnik, who runs the Institute of Making here at UCL East, has a massive repair project, and we've been working with Mark's team, along with Ben and ourselves, to begin to think, what's that circular economy approach to assistive technology? Because if millions of people, we're going to need about 6 million devices per year. Are we really going to take a device and each and every time, we're going to ship it around the world, and then we're going to throw it into landfill? We're going to fill our oceans fairly soon. But tomorrow, there will be more about that. But it's a fantastic contribution. Thank you very much, Anna.
Yeah, to add to that, I think what you're getting at is one of the great ironies of tech innovation, even past AT, which is that so much of new tech is tested in Africa because sometimes there are fewer regulations, it can be cheaper, and then it's brought back to the global north, and that's the only place it goes to market and the only people who get served by it. And so I think with AT, you equally have an imbalance where people are not getting what they need, and it's not, if they do, it's not suiting that context. And I think that's not something that is going to have a silver bullet. It's going to take a lot of systemic changes. A lot of it is probably local accelerators, like we're trying to run here at GDI Hub with quite a bit of success. But beyond that, I think all of your points are correct, and we have a long way to go.
Hello, hi. I'm Mara, and I'm a designer. I'm getting into design for inclusivity as interior design, but also as fashion design. And this was super interesting and funny. I'm gonna maybe do a silly question, but I think seeing how many designers don't have this conversation, maybe it's an important one. It's like, how do you think it's best to facilitate this conversation between designers and disabled people, especially because of the diversity of disabilities and the needs are so many that even if you speak to 1, 2, 3, it's not enough to really design with that accessibility and universal. Universal sounds really big, but yeah.
First of all, I'm really glad you're here. Adaptive fashion is an area that, has started to take off, but we certainly need a lot more people in that area. And I'll maybe start and then hand it over to Kathy. I think designers who want to work in an area of disability that they might not have lived experience in, it's a difficult task to immerse yourself in that world. It's not easy, but you have to put yourself in those spaces and make connections and build a network that you can then take knowledge from in a way that doesn't feel just extractive. And in a way that you get a holistic sense for the people you're designing for of what they need. There are some young researchers that I'm working with who are looking to user test things that they're building. And a lot of times they come to me and say, hey, do you know any wheelchair users, blind people, whatever, can you give me their emails? I want to have them do an interview with me, participate in this. And I've stopped for the most part saying yes. Because I think you as someone in this industry need to build your own network or your work is not going to be good. You can be the best engineer in the world, but if you don't have a network of disabled people who are friends and colleagues, if you don't know where to go to a community group to maybe source participants, that's a symptom of a much bigger problem. So I think you're really starting in the right place of thinking about how to build that network. And it's at places like these. London is a great place to do it. There's so much rich disability community activity. So I'd say start going to those groups and building up that network as much as you can.
Sadly, I live in Italy where there's nothing like that.
Well,
but I come to UK often.
Yeah, every country has some really amazing disability-led organizations. So I would encourage you to find your local one. I'm supposed to be building a global map, but I haven't done Italy yet. Sorry.
Thank you.
I think that there's a lot of questions, and I think Anna's answered that superbly. So what I will do, though, is pass on some contacts from Italy to you afterwards, if you would like. Yeah. I don't know. One more. Okay. Sorry, Sujatha and Pete, you're going to have to wait.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Chantal Kanyabutembo, and I'm also a representative of a hub of Epilepsy Alliance Africa, which is a network of people suffering from epilepsy and also a network of neurologists, nurses, and activists who want to resolve the problem of people who have a brain disease. In Africa, we have 10 million suffering from epilepsy. 50% have autism. And you know that the brain is a center system of everything. Majority of the children end up with severe disability. Example, those with Enoch syndrome, Velvet syndrome, etc. And even most of patients, we check online because we developed the telemedicine by collaborating with Marrakesh University, Mohammed VI. So we collect many doctors, surgeons, even pediatric, to treat those children online. I've been also inviting, I think you know, one of the lady who she's also a professor, Charlotte Becker, for Disability Inclusion Africa, through Innovator, we have Brett Mboya, who developed an app to prevent the trigger and the fatal incident for those children. I don't know, because coming here, I saw that you are able to link us to the stakeholders and sort it out, that matter. We have a Congress coming up in Marrakesh on 22nd of February to 24. And I saw also the European Academy of Neurology agreed to endorse that Congress because they saw the hard work we do by saving the coast of Africa, by saving life of those children, because majority end up with spinal cord damage and they become disabled permanently. We know that the problem of the wheelchair thrown up by the NHS, sometimes I can get 6 from people and I ship it from my own saving. But I'm asking you, as people who are trying to help, or institutions who are trying to help patients and prevent disabilities, if you can come up on us, and then we develop the app up on the end, because even Brett Mboya through Innovator receive rewards, through Google receive rewards, but we don't have enough fund to finance such good person who pass through epilepsy and end up with a solution for parents to be out of anxieties. Thank you so much. And I think that your project in Rwanda, thank you for coming to my country. I'm from Rwanda, and I like everything the Commonwealth brings to the ground. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. I'll just say I know Bright. I've met Bright a couple of times, and he's a fantastic innovator, and his app is excellent. I have no doubt about that. There are, like Bright, there are a number of excellent innovations globally that are ready for further investment. It's not, unfortunately, I don't earn enough money to be able to personally invest in Bright or in anybody else. But we are going to set up a fund. We are going to have a call. We are going to try and see whether we can understand what the right mix of things is, because what Bright needs is, like you said, not only financial capital, he needs network capital, but he also needs a little bit of technical capital in terms of helping him understand how to make validate basically and get the various validations where it would be able to go to market successfully and be successfully FDA approved, CE marked, etc. So he's on our radar, don't worry. It's going to be a few months. It takes a while to set some things like this up. And I know sometimes that can feel frustrating if you're an innovator because you want to get going now, but we have to set it up rigorously. We have to be able to test it rigorously. And in the meantime, we'll continue to connect people like Bright to anybody I can to help him scale.
Yeah, we have also the application aids management, which we help also for the diagnostic about epilepsy, because we have less physician in Africa able to close that gap of the treatment. And that app was developed by Dr. Victor Patterson, include also other members of the Epilepsy Alliance Africa. If you know him, maybe from Belfast Universities. We tried that app, and it's an intellectual property, but I think that it may help also close the gap on the treatment. If we need sponsor.
Sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off because we're out of time. But after here, we have a break, and I will be delighted to have coffee with you and to hear more. But I think that both of those innovations sound genuinely really fantastic. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you. And I'm really sorry to have cut you off. Final words.
Final words.
Final words. Go on, Anna.
Okay. Don't do that. Be better.
Be more Tiggy.
You have an obligation. If that's not enough for you, the moral obligation, people will call you out when you do dumb shit. And I wanted to end with a quote from Neil Marcus, which is one that we say very often in the community and in activist spaces, and I think is very good for an innovation conference. Disability is an art. It's an ingenious way to live. So I'd like for us all to be thinking about disability innovation in that way. Disability is much more than just a problem. Think about the problems you are trying to solve, and listen to disabled people as you are doing it.
Thank you very much for your time and for those questions.
Thank you. After that super funny session, we just have 30 minutes left. So if I could ask my colleagues that are joining me, Diane and Anne, to come and join me, that would be really great. While they do, I'll introduce myself. I think I know many of you. My name is Vicky Austin. I'm a co-founder of Global Disability Innovation Hub with Kathy and Ian and others. And I'm also an Associate Professor of Social Justice and Innovation here at UCL. And it's our pleasure to close the first day's session after such a wonderful and vibrant first day, if somewhat challenging due to technical issues, with a session that actually really focuses on what works and what doesn't work, which feels appropriate. So let me first of all ask my colleagues to introduce themselves very quickly.
Hi, excuse me, I'm Anne McKinnon. I work for FCDO and I lead on the AT 2030 project for FCDO. That's the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, so the UK government.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Diane Bell. I work for GDI Hub as Director of Programs, leading the implementation of 80-20-30. And I have the people that I sort of do a lot of reporting into on my right-hand side. Lovely to be here with you today.
So we're going to have about 27 more minutes with you today before we'd invite you to go upstairs for a drink. So let's think first of all about what we've learnt along the way on our journey. I'm going to talk mainly around AT 2030, which is our flagship programme, sponsored by FCDO and operational since 2018. So far, the programme has reached 29 million people in 60 countries with 70 partners. We've written about 150 papers, about half of them published in academic journals, and published 23 case studies and 20 life stories, as well as 5 product narratives, lots of specifications and procurement guides, and developed strategic tools which have been used in many countries, including 15 country capacity assessments. The innovative service delivery models that we've developed as part of the programme have been as important as the products that have been supported to scale, both the 31 AT ventures and the 11 on track to scale. And as I think today has demonstrated so beautifully, the work we've done alongside our partners in 6 cities around the world has been really transformative in understanding the way that the built environment enables assistive technology to be useful. It's our pleasure today to reflect on our personal stories, I guess, and our thinking through the years, and mostly joyful years they have been. And I guess for me then, I'll start by sharing what we found when we looked overall at the programme. We found that data and evidence are really still very foundational to impact. And I think Jamie sold that to us really well this morning. We found that disruptive partnerships are actually really important. And I love the fact that Frey was talking about Lego, a company that makes toys, now in the AT space. It's exactly the type of disruptive partnership that needs to take place. We have talked about the tools that are needed to strengthen systems, and Kylie's amazing description of the work ongoing in countries around the world, including in, I think, one new crisis context since this morning, is just an example of why those tools and mechanisms are so necessary. And we've seen that cities have the opportunity to drive change, and the shocking fact that Michaela shared, about 60% of the built environment in the world is not yet built, that will be in place by 2050, tells us everything we need to know about why that's important. I loved Kathy's reflection on how mobile phones can change lives in Kibera this morning. And so we know that mobile as AT is important. We also know that some ATs will never scale. You know, what works in some cases is repairability, bespoking, local production, not scaling AT. And we need to own that too, right? It's not always possible. And finally, I think with the investment space, patient capital, we need partners who are willing to invest and give it time for the market to respond and grow and change and build that momentum. And I'm delighted that we have some of those partners in the room. It's also probably my favourite session was the funny one, as always. But you know what really doesn't work? Just like loads of devices by themselves. That doesn't work. We can't just buy loads of AT and ship it around. That's not a solution to long-term systemic change. So the same old service delivery models, they're not going to work in the long run. We need to be able to do we need to understand what can shift community health workers. We need to think again about what production and manufacture could do to our service delivery models. And it's stuff that doesn't engage users. I'm not going to say more because I think Anna and Kathy said it all. Tariffs are still on AT. So countries are charging each other to export and import assistive technology. That doesn't really work. Maybe I don't really think so. We have to invest in different ways. So I'll put a hand up and say that doesn't work. Joylessness, that doesn't work. I'm going to say more about that in the morning. But doing work relentlessly in a way that breaks ourselves and others doesn't work. And also doing any work. So I said the thing, we need on the really important stuff. What to listen to me.
And again, to everyone online, and good evening to I'm going to take you on a short journey through AT 2030. So back in 2018, at the Global Disability Summit, which was held just up the road, the GDI Hub, GATE Initiative, CHAI, Leonard Cheshire, Motivation and UCL presented FCDO with a scoping paper. Now, the scoping paper was about 123 pages long, if I'm not wrong, but an incredibly detailed picture of how we could tackle access to AT in developing countries. It had several recommendations. Two of the IA Hub, working with AT 2030 and working with GSMA, who are the association who bring together mobile carriers from around the world, worked together to better understand the mobile disability gap. And a few years on, a few programmes in between, we're now working on a project with Google on mobile phones by providing mobiles to people with disabilities who need them as AT or assistive tech. So, where are we? We're about 2019 now, already demonstrating impact and promise. In the middle of the year, in 2019, people with disabilities decided to double AT or assistive tech's funding to £19.8 million. So I'm going to take you. So I'm going to talk about another highlight, and this is about some unexpected results we saw from a project that Motivation ran. So they had a very user-centred approach, and they used this in their wheelchair study in Kenya. What they found was, over and above the technical specifications around wheelchairs, what works, what doesn't, what they found was that being listened to by clinicians gave users a real sense of confidence and self-worth. Learning about their wheelchair, about the kind of seating cushions, how the back should be set, learning about the wheelchair really encouraged and enabled the users to think about their own needs. What do I need out of this? And through learning about their wheelchair and how it should be set up, users could then advocate for better services in their communities. So we move through to 2021 now. Shujaz, a multimedia platform that aims to improve the lives and livelihoods of young people in East Africa, completed a one-year-long study and published a report. What they had done is run a targeted media campaign to address young Kenyans' attitudes and perceptions. So these are people aged between 15 and 24. So looking at their attitudes and perceptions towards people with disabilities. And I was really fortunate enough to meet the Shijaz team in Kenya last year. And it really felt like you were sitting in an incredibly creative space. I'd heard them present the report online to us. It was impressive. But to sit in the same room and have a full discussion and kind of better understand how passionate they were about the social issues they were targeting, it really was fantastic. It kind of blew me away. The 80-20-30 project with Shijaz aimed to break down barriers that people with disabilities face in their communities. They used a national media action research campaign that included social media, engagement, text messages, and stories in their comics. To me, it just felt like a really different and refreshing way to analyse and address young people's attitudes and perceptions. To me, it was a really innovative and inspirational approach, highly impactful, reaching over 11 million young people, either directly or indirectly. I mean, I could go on probably for days about country capacity assessments, rapid AT assessments, inclusive infrastructure, which we heard about earlier, or talk about parasport against stigmas, education and media campaigns, local circular manufacturing. Okay, I can talk for days about local circular manufacturing. And of course, Innovate Now, the AT Impact Fund, which I think we're going to rename the AT Growth Fund.
Yes.
Maybe
Big
that
reveal.
was to be announced. And our input to the global report on assistive tech. And I'm still only scratching the surface. So why am I sharing all of this with you? Well, as partners and friends of AT 2030, we've come a long way in 5 years. We've directly reached nearly 9 million people and raised over £15 million in match funding from our partners. We have, and these numbers I'm about to tell you are hot off the press, conducted 15 AT country capacity assessments, supported 11 new assistive technologies and 9 service delivery models on track to scale. We have supported 31 AT ventures to become sustainable, published to 70 peer-reviewed journal articles and 92 influencing papers, and 47 organisations or country governments are actively implementing AT 2030's ideas, which I think is absolutely incredible. So, with all that in mind, earlier this year at COSP in New York, FCDO announced a further £31 million in funding for AT 2030. So from a £10 million programme a few years ago, AT 2030 is now a really strong £50 million programme. And if you include 100% match funding, as Cathy said this morning, it takes you up to a programme worth £100 million. So I just wanted to say to people online, to people in the room, a massive, massive thanks to GDI Hub, to all our partners, supporters and friends. We really can start to move mountains if we work together with a common aim. So all the very best going forward. I can't wait to see what the next 5 years brings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne. Over to Diane.
Can't decide if I need my assistive technology or not. Thanks very much. Good afternoon, everyone here and online. It's really wonderful to share a little bit with you. I think what I did not mention earlier was my grateful thanks to my amazing team that helps me in many, many ways in terms of the implementation and the leading of 80-20-30. So thank you so much. And massive thank you to Anne and the team, but especially today for setting up for what I want to share, and to Vicky, because you've kind of painted the big picture, and I had to kind of select something that was really meaningful to me, because I'm across the program and I think it's all awesome. So it was rather difficult. I don't know if you've heard or realized from the accent, but I'm not British. So I live in Cape Town in South Africa. I'm also the mother of one child, Jodie Lee, and she is my daughter, who was born with a profound bilateral sensory neural hearing loss 31 years ago. And that was my introduction to disability. What AT does she use? Well, AT in South Africa, you know, beyond hearing aids and cochlear implants is a little bit limited, but essentially her go-to AT are her 2 implants. She had hearing aids before that. She was only implanted as an adolescent. She uses live captions via AI for any kind of online calls because she's busy studying her PhD. She uses her mobile phone as AT all the time. So I have worked or I have volunteered in the disability sector, and more particularly in the hearing side of the disability sector, to create change for more than 30 years, both in my own country and globally. Have I achieved what I set out to achieve? Certainly not. Change has been slow. We've done a lot, but there's so much more to be done, and we've heard many people say that today. And I'm reflecting what Frey said this morning. He said, we want some joy. And I know that, you know, Vicky said we're also going to talk about joy tomorrow. So I'm going to share some personal information with you and stories, but I'm also going to share some programmatic stuff with you that relates specifically to hearing loss. But it's also joyful because we've done stuff that matters and that can change and has changed the world. So the focus, obviously, what I'm going to share with you is around hearing assistive technology and what works. I'm going to share 3 important examples from 80-20-30 with you. And the first has already been referred to, and that was the product narratives. And the one that I'm going to zoom in on is on hearing aids, because it speaks to hearing aid provision in low and middle income countries, and that it's really of critical importance as a strategic tool, the product narrative, to develop and shape the market, which really needs hearing aids, needs affordable hearing aids, them to be available, and as well, the services to be of optimal quality. We know that globally around 466 million people currently have a disabling hearing loss. And that's about to double by 2050. So we're in a little bit of trouble around, you know, access to hearing aids. If I just look at South Africa, 1 in every 16 babies are born with a hearing loss, and we have no newborn hearing screening programs mandated in the public healthcare system, and it has to be requested in the private healthcare system. And we also know that most people with a disabling hearing loss live in the developing world and do not have access to hearing AT. So what really drives me to change this situation is more than the burden of cost and the lack of access, but that unaddressed hearing loss also has a negative impact on the individual's education, their social life, their family and community, their independence, their psychological well-being, as well as their employability. It's far-reaching. So what have we really learned that works to help develop the market for hearing aids in low and middle income country settings. Firstly, we need to strengthen global policy guidance around service delivery standards, and there's some work that's already been spoken to about that. Product selection and product quality needs a focus. Secondly, we need to support governments to strengthen hearing aid provision, including demand generation, and investment in service delivery capacity, government purchasing and procurement support. And of course, innovation plays into all of this. Thirdly, we need to engage the private sector to expand the delivery of affordable, quality hearing aids and related services. And we need to work with suppliers to enter these underserved markets and, kind of be risk takers. It really is incumbent upon us to ignite innovation, to support provision models that work, and to introduce optimal products into the market at scale in order to meet the unmet need. Secondly, I would like to refer to our work with UNICEF. So I'm so glad Fernando didn't go in to the details of our work together. Because UNICEF has been a really wonderful partner to us. They added hearing aids to their procurement catalogue to ensure that quality products are available globally at very competitive prices. And through this initiative to increase the uptake of the newly added products in low and middle income countries, the impact was really huge. First of all, the price was radically reduced, but also the availability was increased of quality hearing aids that met international standards. When the products were first added to the catalogue, only 200 were ordered. But since then, Dennis tells us that this figure has increased to 16,000 hearing aids. That's impact. Just to give you a little bit of a personal example from South Africa, both my mother and my father were in their late 80s, and my husband, who's been in fire services for 35 years and listening to sirens going off, have moderate to severe hearing loss. The cost for a good pair of quality, digitally programmable hearing aids, excluding the cost of the service provision in South Africa, is around 50,000 Rand. So that would be around $2,633. That is just unaffordable. If you have a private medical aid, they may contribute up to 10,000 Rand, and you cannot get hearing aids to the public healthcare system if you're on a private medical aid. So it's a little bit of a catch-22 situation. So what lands up being the scenario is that the majority of citizens do not have any access to hearing aids. And Freya and I were talking about the tender in South Africa and how we can change the world and South Africa. So having products in the catalogue was really what afforded UNICEF the opportunity to collaborate with the government of Rwanda to take the first step in realizing their newly approved policy for hearing health, which involved a pilot in 4 districts. Staff were trained and fitting centers were set up with 1,250 hearing aids procured for the pilot, which was successful. And now for the wow factor. Had the hearing aids not been added to the catalogue and procured through UNICEF, the government of Rwanda would have paid $2,000 per unit if bought in country, but they were procured at the low cost for the same quality product at $118 per unit. And I'm pausing for effect there. And of course, there was another benefit that we probably hadn't even considered, that through conducting hearing screening, children with other disabilities, suspected disabilities, were also picked up and could be referred to the necessary healthcare professionals for diagnosis and intervention. My third and final example of the impact of what works in relation to hearing 80 concerns an organization called HearX. They happen to be South African. Maybe I'm a little biased, but they've done excellent work. They are an impact-driven digital health company passionate about affordable access to healthy hearing for everyone, everywhere. They create smart evidence-based tools to provide clinical screening and self-test solutions for easier, more efficient, and cost-effective hearing care. Why? Because we simply don't have, in Africa generally, enough audiologists or speech and language therapists. So at a very practical level, and in fact, Anne has some personal experience of this, HearX's innovative products make it possible for either community health workers or even lay people to facilitate the detection and identification of hearing needs, as well as demonstrate how hearing aids can help, all in one session. This is significant. This is a game changer. Included in the innovative service provision model is the ability to allow customers to try out the hearing aids as part of their diagnostic process in the field so that they can better understand the potential benefits, as well as the use of a mobile phone app that supports their onboarding during the first 6 weeks after they've been fitted. And this is really important because they can then fine-tune and adapt the settings of their hearing aids to suit their unique preferences. And this then improves their hearing ability over a period of time. In 2020, HearX was announced as the 80-20-30 80 Impact Fund's first investment and received grant capital alongside 6 months of venture building support. This investment enabled them to provide hearing aids through a subscription model, a new innovative finance model within Africa, and to also test various distribution models in Kenya to ensure that the product could be accessed by those in need. Is it available in South Africa? No, but that's a discussion for another day. So what did we learn that works? There are innovative ways in which to finance access to AT. That the use of an mHealth WhatsApp or SMS-based hearing aid support program is effective, especially in the first 6 weeks post-fitting of the hearing aids. Awareness levels regarding hearing health and the importance thereof are low in low and middle income countries. And we need extensive awareness and marketing campaigns to change this situation because stigma still exists and we need to break it down. And we also need this awareness raising to ensure that the model becomes sustainable. And finally, I think for me, the most important bit here is that we can diagnose, we can screen for hearing loss, we can fit hearing aids, and we can do all of this at a community level or even just within the home through the use of an app or a phone call with one of the individuals from HearX. So innovative technologies and mobile apps and innovative service delivery models are the way to go. I want to leave this...
A smaller number of countries, it has to be said, largely across Africa and Asia. You should expect more products like Tiggy's and others to be invented and to be able to drive forward change alongside those service delivery models which are changing. More tools and more action to deliver the World Report on Assistive Technology, which completely changed the game this time last year. And you can also expect an Assistive Technology Growth Fund, in which we will invest about half of the investment. Because what we've learned is a small-scale investment in companies is not quite what the market needs now to get thousands of products to now millions of people. So we will make larger investments in companies with this new investment in the programme. We think that the Growth Fund needs to get to about 100 million, and we're putting in about 15. So we're working closely with private sector partners to build the excitement in the space, and we are determined to get to that 100 million, because the companies that want to grow now from reaching thousands to reaching millions need £500,000 to £3 million investment each. So our evidence tells us that £15 million is a lot, but it won't go very far. So we're using it to capitalise those relationships that we have to make a bigger impact. And why? Because this is a way to deliver disability innovation for a fairer world. And we've done a lot, we've learnt a lot, but we mustn't forget that even during this conference, many people have had their lives hindered by a lack of access to disability exclusion or inclusion in its many forms, including a lack of access to assistive technology. So you'll see more proven models of what works replicated in the years to come. You'll see wider market investment capitalised, and you'll see more organisations, governments and cities adopting the ideas that we together have identified as successful. A lot done, a lot learnt, but a lot left to do. And we're really grateful to everyone who is both invested in us, FCDO, thank you again, and also, as importantly, has helped to learn the lessons and deliver the programmes along the journey. Because, without those people, the programme would not simply exist. I will take a couple of questions. And I'm going to start with people who haven't spoken, but if I don't get any, I'll come back. Not that I don't wish to encourage brilliant humans from contributing, because I do. And also, by the way, there's like 80 of you in here, and still you look, quite small for the size of people in the lecture theatre, but you're much more attentive than my usual audience in this room, who are students and are definitely not listening at this point. Questions? Then the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vicky. Fortunately, she happens to be my supervisor. So I'm actually interested. I must commend FCDO, the GDI for the innovations that you have done. You have really transformed the AT industry globally, and we have learned a lot from you. My questions, I just focused on the humanitarian space because, I'll say this. I've worked in different contexts, Ethiopia, Somalia, Iraq, and Nigeria. And the need keeps on rising. And now we just have what's called a natural disaster in Marrakesh in Morocco. You can imagine the scale of AT needs that will arise as a result of that. Going forward, is there a plan for you to also have an emergency fund that will, from GDI up, with the support of FCDO, that will take cognizance of such humanitarian tragedy to address such? Secondly, it's about the partnership. I know the countries where you have piloted some of this work, they are very, very good, but in comparison to others who have more populations, I want you to expand partnership to those other countries. I can vouch for my country because we are looking at that. We are looking at how we can scale up our AT needs in the country. So thank you so much.
And that's Nigeria, just for your information.
I think I can answer a bit of the question, at least, on the humanitarian fund. The grant from FCDO is for research. So we've got, when we spend our money, it must have a research component. So it's not an implementation fund as such, which makes it very difficult to have a humanitarian kind of pot or component, I guess, waiting for a disaster. So, you know, there are some restrictions on what we can and can't do with FCDO funding, unfortunately.
Which is exactly correct. And Kylie mentioned this morning, it was, I know she's flying today, so she must have just sneaked out, but the Ukraine crisis was the first time that WHO were able to formally send a box of assistive technology to a crisis humanitarian setting. So, yeah. So, and she, since this morning when she told us that Morocco were also now being served as well as Sudan, we've also now got another call to serve another disaster that's also current. So it is changing. What we can do as a programme, though, and what we have done and what Professor Maria Kett has led is a piece of work to investigate and research what would need to change in those humanitarian settings in order to make that more possible. And actually, we've provided a bit of support to Kylie and team on thinking about what happens next. We want to follow the box and learn what happens to it. So there's research and innovation thinking about the setting. Also, the use of AI in those contexts is quite an interesting piece that we just had colleagues speak about too. Diane, do you want to add anything?
No, just to say that they've trialed the APL6 and APL10, and I think there's a lot that was learned, and but it's a work stream going forward, both on the research side and the response side.
That's true, actually. So it's the tools that CHI and WHO and GDI and others helped to develop, which were actually used in the context of Ukraine to know what to send. So there are different entry points. I see another question, and I see Fernando. I'm going to go this one first. Every time one gets the mic.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Nathaniel Bevan from the FCDO. I was just really a kind of follow-up comment to that, and I wanted to link it up to this point about kind of graveyards of AT as well. I think so. Whilst the research funds we can't use for humanitarian responses, I think one of the things that we are really trying to understand is how to support countries to get better at addressing these crises when they hit. You know, we are understanding what works in these sorts of crises, and this is a problem. An issue for us that goes broader than disability as well. We're very conscious, even during the COVID crisis, of the wrong types of tech getting to the wrong places, and that is very difficult in a crisis. FCDO, we come under pressure, right, to act and to do stuff. But if you look at the kind of warehouses of unused kit and technology. So I think one of the things that we are really keen to use the research to do is, as you say, is to invest in understanding how you can have a more systematic response that enables countries to both identify, request, and implement the right kinds of solutions. Thanks. And while I've got the microphone, also just a massive thank you. Like, it's been really great today. I know we've got more questions to come, but FCDO is really, really proud to be part of this, and it's really nice to be able to just participate in these discussions, right, and have the kind of enthusiasm and energy in here. So sorry, I just wanted to say that whilst I had the microphone. Thanks.
And also for spending the whole day with us. Thank you. Fernando.
Thank you. So I thought I should also mention that UNICEF, as the world's largest humanitarian agency, is very much involved in looking at what can be done and has already done a number of things in the area of humanitarian or contexts and AT. So we have even innovated in things that are not quite as glamorous as digital, such as add-ons to make latrines accessible and usable by persons with disabilities. And we're innovating every day, and one of the things that we are going to do is to preposition a lot of assistive devices so they are ready to go when there is an emergency One of the challenges, of course, is you can't just go somewhere and say, hey, ship me 500 wheelchairs by, the day after tomorrow. Almost nobody has the capacity to. So anyway, so many challenges, and just to let you know that we are going to be in touch.
I feel like I have new friends, and actually, it's really important because the humanitarian community does work together, and it does have good regulations. So Maria advises on disability. So the issue is not so much the commitment; it's more the operationalization of the reality. And I think so. Your point about prepositioning becomes then utterly vital. Yep, my friend.
I think. The question posed by my colleague from Nigeria has to be considered very, very seriously. I want to say that when we experienced the mudslide in Sierra Leone in 2017, we had people who experienced various forms of disability thereafter. So these humanitarian emergencies need urgent support, especially for this AT product that we are talking about. So if we are receiving this massive support from FCDO, I think the component of research must be taken into consideration so that it stands out in the support that we are receiving. So whenever countries, especially countries that you are working with, experience these forms of disasters, then, this support can be provided in order to help our persons acquiring various forms of disabilities. I can tell you that indeed from that mudslide, we had people with various forms of disabilities. And the same goes for all other humanitarian emergencies, the one in Marrakesh. You see countries are sending support now, but 80 products must definitely stand out, as part of the support that they are providing to this country. So I am definitely passionate about the question that my colleague asked, and I want to say that I'm making this request here that this support that you guys are receiving from FCDO must take this component on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That's well made. A comment well made. Doesn't require a response apart from I have first-hand experience of the impact of those mudslides, so 100% understand and agree. I see. I'll take two more. This one and there. I think we have people online and people using the access features. So, and like three more. That's it then. After you.
Hi, Vicky. Hi. Thanks for the great talk. I was wondering about the new fund that is coming. Like, do you have the plan for a specific focus initially, or will it be like all assistive technology? Will it be a focus on specific regions initially, or kind of all the regions you work with?
The short answer is we are not yet there in terms of the business plan. So we're working on some market testing with the private sector on investment. If I had to guess, I'd say it probably would be focused on all regions, and it would probably be focused on those areas that are most likely to scale. You might make an assumption about what that might be given the current context and the development of technology at the moment, but we'll be going to market for the business plan development partner and fund operation partner in October.
Cool. All right, thanks.
Hoping to make the first investments in the middle of next year. Actually, September, I think.
Thank you very much. When it comes to solving global issues or coming up with the innovation, the best people who have got the best insight are the people who are going through the problem.
Exactly.
And when it comes to the funding, if the funding are only limited to the educational institutions, how would you incorporate those people insight into this funding? The people who are going through the problems inside into the funding, or they don't exist?
So two things. The funding is coming into GDI Hub, which is a social business based in the UK, but it very much does not stay with us and is distributed across, I think, 70 partners last time in 40 countries. Many of those partners, our team, people who run institutions like this one or lecture in them, like me, have AT needs and are disabled people themselves. So please rest assured that people are well involved in all parts of the process, and the money does absolutely not stay here. Sorry, did I misunderstand your question? Just quickly, and then I'll come to the last one, because I promised people drinks.
It's good. The people you are solving problem for are not based here. Probably they're based in other countries. And you need to incorporate the culture of that country into your solutions. So my question was, how would you get the insight of those people, and how will they be able to take part, be incorporated into the funding? That's what I meant.
Yep, okay, understood.
I'll just say a little bit and then hand over to Diane. But part of the approach of AT 2030 is to work very much with people with disabilities in the context of the country. So if, for example, we were working in Sierra Leone, we would be working with organisations for persons with disabilities and yes. In Sierra Leone, we'd also be talking to individual users, for example, for prosthetics, and talking very much to make the assistive technology context specific. We're trying to learn what works in that context, and there is absolutely no way we can do that without talking to the people that live it every day, to better understand what works, what's going to scale, etc.
And maybe to add that we work with in-country implementation partners and sometimes universities to assist with the wraparound research. So it's really person-centered and contextually relevant.
Thank you.
Yeah, last question. Thank you, sir. My name is Ahmed. I'm from Egypt. I want to ask about how can we involve or get the benefit of all resources here, because I think in recent years Egyptian government have started to pay attention to accessibility and consider assistive technology. So I personally have an institution for people with visual impairment. So how can we interact with your network and get benefit of your research and networks? Is there any other events or can we follow online?
Thank you for that question. There was one more, which I think I'll take, and then we'll come back to the panel for a final roundup. There was a woman here with her hand up. No? I imagined the woman with her hand up. Okay. Do you want to go, and then I'll finish up, or does anyone want to go? Are you going to answer the question? I can do, or if you want to.
So there's lots of information available online. We have a dedicated website, 802030.org. All our research, influencing papers, case studies, strategic tools, all the work that we do is available there, and there's a search function. It's open access. Also, there is a 80-20-30 data insights portal where you can also search on a country and get information around population size, whether perhaps a country capacity assessment or a RATA has been done there, what the population percentage is currently from the last census data. So really lots of information. I would also encourage you to subscribe to our newsletter, and then you'd get all the updates. And have I left anything out? Yeah, and follow us on Twitter, on LinkedIn, Facebook, all over.
And I just wanted to say that it's really I'm really pleased that you want to follow GGI Hub and you're interested, and I think we really need to grow that network, and I know there's a lot of work since the beginning of the project to grow the partnership network and our broader reach. I mean, you said over 60 partners we're working with, and I think I just wanted to add on the AT data portal that Ben has been doing a lot of work in the AT data portal using artificial intelligence to really be able to find out exactly what's going on in a country, who's working there, what work's ongoing, what projects have happened, and as Diane said, a lot of population data and stats that you can use if you're an innovator and want to be more involved.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your contributions and your wonderful speeches, and to everyone for this test session. We will share more information about the new programme as it starts to take shape, of course. Thanks again to everyone who was involved and the team who've done all the hard work behind both the work and the numbers about the work. And that is where we'll leave it today, I think. Before you move off, I'm going to ask for some... I'm a yoga teacher in my spare time. I need some energy for this tech. So let's start off by saying a huge thank you to our events team who are driving themselves to the ground trying to make all this work in the background. Even though not everything was perfect, they have worked so hard. And a massive thanks to all the people in the room who are still trying to make it work. We're going to redouble our efforts overnight. That does mean you've heard more from UK-based people this afternoon than you perhaps would have done if we'd have had those beam-ins. But luckily, the session this morning had so many different voices that I think it really feels like we've had an amazing day one, despite it finishing an hour early. And we'll slightly reconstitute the agenda for tomorrow, but same start time. And we'll fill in the middle. To the hundreds of people who've been with us all day online, thank you so very much for joining us. We hope that your technology at home has been beautiful and faultless, and that you've been able to enjoy these wonderful people and their energy in the room. And we'll be back with you tomorrow. To you, those of you online, please now enjoy beverage of your choice at your own cost. To everyone in the room, please enjoy beverage of your choice within a limited range. At our cost, up on floor number 3, which is where you were for lunch. Thanks everyone, and good vibes for tech tomorrow. Thank you so much to everyone that spoke. Woo! We're going to do some humming, and then it's going to work like this.